Good morning. It is a beautiful day to have a faith pre-conference. Amen. 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 I am Dr. Mrs. Burley, and I serve as chair of the United States HIV and AIDS Faith Coalition. We are a coalition of people living with HIV, people with diverse identities, faith leaders, and people committed to ending the HIV and AIDS epidemic as a public health crisis by 2030. We do this work because we believe that we cannot end the HIV epidemic without the activity of people of faith. That it will take divine intervention to eradicate HIV as a public health crisis. And so we have gathered before the largest HIV conference in the country every year for the last decade to remind people that faith is important, not only in church and society, but also in the movement to end HIV and AIDS as a public health crisis. We first met some 10 years ago in the basement of a church just up the road. Reverend Michael Schunemeyer and myself at the time were both heads of the HIV portfolios for large mainline Christian denominations, and we were involved in global HIV ecumenical activities with the World Council of Churches and the Ecumenical Advocacy Alliance and other partners. And each year they would have an Interfaith Pre-Conference ahead of the largest global HIV and AIDS conference, the International AIDS Conference. And one day, Reverend Mike and I said, what would it look like for us to have this type of engagement in the United States? And so we said, well, let's find out. And so we put together our heads, we put together our partners. Many of you are in this room. We scraped together some resources, and we had the first ever US HIV and AIDS Faith Coalition Interfaith Pre-Conference to the United States Conference on HIV and AIDS some decade ago. Since then, we have been blessed to be able to continue to do this work in a meaningful way. The US HIV and AIDS Faith Coalition has grown from just one event per year to many events throughout the year, including virtual engagement through webinars and otherwise. And we're so grateful to once again be back in our nation's capital where it all began. We're especially grateful to be back here with you. This year's theme is important because of what's happening just down the street, what's happening in our country: healing, hope, and human rights, strengthening faith-based responses to HIV and aging. We always like to include the overall USCHA theme into our pre-conference theme. And this year's USCHA theme is Aging with HIV, which is an appropriate theme. For the first time in the epidemic's history, people are living over the age of 50 with HIV. That was your moment to shout. If you didn't grow up in a shouting church, we would say that's your shout, that's your praise point right there. That people are living with HIV, people are aging with HIV, but because this is new territory for us, because we have to actually pay attention to people aging with HIV, we still have a lot to learn about what it looks like to live and to age with HIV. I can tell you I'm just 42, and I just had to get my first colonoscopy a couple months ago. Aging is something else. And so imagine having to age with a chronic illness like HIV and AIDS. And so what does it look like for us to support and to resource people aging with HIV who have to deal with all of the things that come with getting old, in addition to living with HIV and not knowing exactly how it is that HIV will impact an aging body, because people didn't have the privilege to age, right? And so we're in this new territory where we not only want to end the epidemic, but we want to create dignity for people living with HIV and aging with HIV who might not see the end of the epidemic in their lifetimes. And so we wanted to make sure that we honored the legacy and the experiences of people who are aging with HIV, but we also wanted to be sure that we honored the current socio-political moment that we are in, and do so with words of healing, with workshops for hope, with messages that support human rights and the dignity of all, because we don't see a lot of that in our government. We don't see a lot of it in our public discourse right now. And if anybody can provide hope, healing, and human rights, it is people of faith. Amen. Amen. And so we give thanks that you all have joined us for this conversation around healing and hope and human rights to strengthen faith-based responses to HIV and aging. And we have a dynamic program that is set out for you today. For those of you who have joined us in the past, you'll note that our program is a bit more abbreviated than it normally is. Generally, we would have an all-day long pre-conference from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., packed full with excellent programming. This year, we are concluding around 2:30, and that's because NMAC is hosting a high impact rally on the Capitol. And the rally on the Capitol is for the lives of people impacted for HIV. It's to sound the alarm around the funding cuts. It's to sound the alarm around cuts to our health care. It's to sounding the alarm around the dehumanizing of people with diverse identities. And we want to make sure that faith leaders and faith communities are present for that sounding of the alarm. And so we're going to end today at 2:30 so that it gives us time to then journey together over to the Capitol so that we can be a part of that rally on the steps at 4 p.m. And we invite you all to join us there when we conclude here today. Before we get into our program, I do need to thank those who have made this possible, our sponsors. I want to first and foremost thank the United Church of Christ, who has, yes, you can do it. The United Church of Christ, who has acted as our fiscal agent for this important work that we do. This takes resources, y'all. It takes infrastructure. It takes money and staff. And the US HIV and AIDS Faith Coalition and its leaders, we are all volunteer. For 10 years, we have done this work because it's important work. None of us get compensated for it. We don't get the time back. But in order to put these types of events on, the money's got to come from somewhere. And so we fundraise, and the United Church of Christ makes sure that all of the T's are crossed and all of the I's are dotted for our finances so that we can continue to offer important programming for you all. And so I want to say thank you to Reverend Dr. Bentley DeBartolome Phillips, who is our fiscal agent, and the United Church of Christ for your support and partnership. I also want to thank Gilead Sciences, who has been our largest contributor to this faith coalition over the years, and give thanks for their continued commitment to offering support for faith communities who do this work at the intersection of faith and HIV. I also want to thank the Presbyterian HIV Network and George Kerr III, Elder George Kerr III, who is one of our coalition founders and leaders, and has diligently made sure that the Presbyterians were present in this work. They have supported us financially, but also George has been incredible in the planning of not only USCHA, but the planning of this pre-conference and making sure that we have boots on the ground, if you will, that we have people in the room. And so thank you, George, and the Presbyterian HIV Network. Also want to thank the HIV Vaccine Trials Network, of which I am a part of. The HIV Vaccine Trials Network was our first sponsor for the Interfaith Pre-Conference some 10 years ago, and they continue to support us. You'll hear from Louis Shackelford, who is the Director of External Relations at the HPT, and later on today, he will provide a biomedical research update for us. And so thank you to the HIV Vaccine Trials Network, and thank you to NMAC. NMAC has been a trusted partner for the Faith Coalition since our second year. I told you that our first year we were in a church up the street in the basement, and we started making some relationships. And NMAC said, "Well, listen, we can at least give you the space. You'll have to do everything else." And they have maintained that commitment to make sure that we have space at the conference venue to be able to host this Interfaith Pre-Conference. And so thank you to NMAC for your continued partnership for this space. I want to thank Stefan and our tech and AV friends who have making sure that we have good sound and good quality visuals for today. And finally, I want to thank all of you. We could not do this without you. We certainly appreciate your getting up early, braving rush hour traffic, taking the time to be here with us this morning because you knew that something special was going to happen on today. And so on behalf of the US HIV and AIDS Faith Coalition and its leaders, I want to welcome you all to the 2025 Faith Pre-Conference to the United States Conference on HIV. Give yourselves a hand. Okay. So we have some music. We also have a faith message. Listen, we wouldn't be a good faith pre-conference if we didn't have a little praise and worship. Amen. Amen. And so we are going to welcome Minister Jonathan Holly of Riverside, and he's going to bless us with some song. And then following Minister Jonathan Holly, we'll have a faith message from Eric Eldridge. I will come back to the podium to introduce Eric and give Minister Holly some encouragement. Let's go. There you go.
Good morning, family. So good to be with you all today. The splendor of a king, open majesty, all the earth rejoice, all the earth rejoice. He wrapped himself in light, and darkness tries to hide, trembles at his voice, trembles at God's voice. How great is our God. Sing with me, how great is our God. And all will see how great is our God. From age to age, God stands, and time is in God's hand, beginning and the end, beginning and the end. The Godhead Creator, Spirit, and Son, the Lion and the Lamb, the Lion and the Lamb. How great Great is our God. Sing with me, how great is our God. And all will see how great is our God. Sing with me, y'all. How great our God. Sing with me, how great is our God. And all will see how great is our God. You're the name above all names, and you're worthy of our praise. And our hearts will sing, how great is our God. You're the name above all names, and you're worthy of our praise. And our hearts will sing, how great is our God. How great is our God. Sing with me, how great is our God. And all will see how great is our God. How great is our God. Amen.
That's you. Amen. Wasn't that all right? Allow me to get myself together. You know, technology never seems to work when you need it to. While I'm waiting for my notes to come up, just a few housekeeping notes. There is information on your tables regarding the agenda for today, but it also includes QR codes where you can donate to the work of the coalition so that we can continue to host meaningful programs like this one. There is also Wi-Fi specific to our room. As you heard from Stefan earlier, there is an open Wi-Fi connection for USCHA. The passcode is USCHA 2025, but we also have Wi-Fi specifically for our room. And if you connect to Marriott conference and you type in UB the Cure in all caps, the letter UBTHECURE 2025, then you can connect directly to Wi-Fi that has been designated for our pre-conference today. Okay, Reverend Eldridge, for whatever reason, my iPad doesn't want me to introduce you today. So I'm going to invite you up and allow you to introduce yourself. But as Reverend Eldridge makes his way, I want to say that we are an interfaith coalition in the truest sense of interfaith. We are not purely Christian. We are not purely the Abrahamic faiths. We are not the 6 or 7 most prominent faith traditions in the world that you are accustomed to hearing and seeing. We believe in all belief systems that uplift humanity, that promote love and inclusion and affirmation. And Reverend Eldridge is the truest example of a faith leader who comes to us today outside of maybe some of the traditional faiths that we all practice and know and have grown to love. And so you're going to hear a bit about his faith journey and the work that he does. And he's going to provide us with a message that will ground us for the rest of our program today. Please join me in welcoming Reverend Eric Eldridge. You want to get rid of mine and you can sit your okay? Yeah, just do that.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am here to have a conversation. I am not here to deliver a speech. So I'm hoping that we can talk about our journeys. I've got a box of beads, and I hope that we'll have a necklace by the time this is done. All right. And that we'll learn a little bit about some tricks of the trade of connecting us deeply with each other in ways that make sense, in ways that help us understand each other. On the table, there's a card you can kind of look at later. And this is Center Faith. And I'm representing Center Faith. It's part of our DC LGBT Community Center. And we have been around for 42 years and done the work of creating an annual homecoming. Because, you know, when you live in DC, lots of people come to DC for a conference, but they don't live here. And we love people when they come here, but we also need to be with each other because when things like what's happening outside is happening, we need each other. And we need our networks with people across the country. So we are so glad that you're here in that way. I've been in DC about 40 years and now live in College Park, Maryland. I'm inside the Beltway. I was like, when I move from DC, I got to stay inside the Beltway. And I did by 125 feet. And I love living in College Park, Maryland. I'm originally from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Anybody know from Pittsburgh here? All right. Well, I'm a Yinzer. You can see right here on my laptop. Yins. We don't say y'all. We don't say yous. We say yins. Yins. And if you talk to Pittsburgh people, don't get them started talking about Pittsburgh. We talk way too long, way too often about all the things that are there. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about my spiritual journey, and then a little bit about Center Faith. You'll notice our wording here, building interfaith collaboration. Because here in DC, we build a homecoming. We don't have this like professional interfaith service. I mean, we're good, and we love having our speakers and our scripts and all of that, but we love being with each other. And that's the kind of interfaith that I'm hoping we can talk about, that you will coordinate. How many of you work in interfaith back home? How many of you have friends of a different faith? Right. Let me ask you about your particular orientation. Do you mind me talking about our orientation for a minute? Spiritually, are you polyspiritual? Are you monospiritual? Or are you aspiritual? Do you know somebody that's truly polyspiritual? You know me now. I love poly. And people that are monospiritual, I've got mine. Well, if you're polyspiritual, it's like, there are so many ways to pray. I want to know them all. And how do you use music? And how do you use dance and worship? And where do you get your inspiration from? I can't get enough of the different ways to understand our GPS, our internal guidance system that's here. I want to know that, and I want to know how other people tick and work and how we can be together and make connections with each other. But some people are mono-spiritual. Maybe that's you. If you're mono-spiritual, I've got mine. I've got my way to pray, and it works so well. I use that for my connection, and it grounds me, and it helps me reach out to other people, but it's centered in one particular tradition. And then other people are aspiritual. Have you talked with folks that are humanists and atheists? I overheard this conversation once where the humanist said, if you want me to be religious, I will give you religion. I will give you 10 commandments. The first commandment is be kind. The second commandment is be kind. The third commandment is be kind. I don't need religion to know how to be kind. And that's what we're looking for, is love, you know, and connection with each other. So just take a moment there at your table, talk with each other, see which of those labels fit. Ask a person, what's your orientation, your spiritual orientation? Are you poly? Are you mono? Are you A? Do you know somebody that's solidly A, solidly mono? So I hope that you're finding that there's a connectivity that happens when we open the conversation. The danger is opening a conversation in an interfaith setting is that it's hard to bring us back. And we'll come back here in just a second. So I'd like to ask for your attention back up here for now. My goal is to whet your appetite, get you started on a few things. Within that, I'm wondering about what is your experience with an interfaith service? So Donald, could you tell us what's your experience been with the Interfaith Interfaith services?
Well,
Do you mind coming up? Do you mind coming up to the mic they needed for the sorry about that. We love you. We're glad you're here.
now what am I talking about?
It's like what was your first experience with an interfaith service in DC, and how has that been?
Well, I moved to DC. Hi, I'm Donald Birch. I'm a part of Metropolitan Community Church.
Mhm. Yes.
And when I joined DC, when I came to DC in 1986, I was introduced to gay pride. And that was the first time I went to an interfaith service. And back then I remember I read the scripture at the interfaith service. And I go to the interfaith service even now, and other organizations have interfaith services. And what I like about the interfaith service is what it teaches me in valuing everyone's spiritual journey, everyone's religious journey, everyone's path. And I love the things that I get from my Buddhist friends and from my Jewish friends and from my Muslim friends and from my Christian friends. They're okay too, some of them. So I love all of us coming together, and that's what the interfaith experience means to me.
Thank you. So when we come together for this interfaith service, we learn about how each other pray, and we have learned to love being with each other. So how many of you were here in DC back with the HIV and AIDS quilt? Had you come here, seen that quilt all stretched out? Each of those quilt pieces, we're seeing some there that are roughly the size of a coffin. I don't know if you know that, but that was part of the behind the scenes protest that the artists were doing. That we want to show you the enormity of HIV, the impact it's having on everybody. And you bring this quilt, and it's available to you to bring to your communities to make it real, because intergenerationally, we have to teach each other what that was like. And I moved here in DC in 1986. But in 1983 and 1990, the AIDS quilt had been here. People set up a speaker and a microphone, and they had prayers, 12 hours of prayers from all different traditions. They started morning, just throughout the whole day. And from that, a group of people came together. Here's the list of those folks that came together. The Jewish community with Bet Mishpah, Episcopalians came together with integrity, the Catholic community with dignity, the a Lutheran community, the Orthodox, there were several different Lutheran groups here in the city. The Orthodox community, have you heard of the group Axios, the LGBT Orthodox faith? Methodists were involved, a variety of Christians and Catholics from so many different congregations. MCC was right there in the middle of all of that. And they had an important part of my healing journey. There was people from the Quakers and from the Brethren and Mennonite community. We had, and we have grown over the years. We have opened our doors to so many different groups, to the pagan community, and I'm part of the pagan community. If that word is kind of unfamiliar to you, or you may have a version of some bad B-rated movie about pagans or whatever that is, think of it in terms of nature, spirituality. So nature, spirituality. So I landed here in DC and had an experience. One, I grew up in aggressive Christianity. Do you know, have you met people from aggressive Christianity? my home church was so aggressive that my mother disowned me to try to bring me back. She found me a connection here in DC, and I came here, started working in the deaf community here and with the Inner City AIDS Network, with Us Helping Us. I'm a white boy. I had a lot to learn about the Black community. I had things to learn. And there was just so much that we learned from being in community with each other that all of a sudden things started to shift for me. I went to a church here in DC that had an HA chapter. Do you know HA? Like NA, like AA? Homosexuals Anonymous. And I was trying to pray away the gay. I was doing all that stuff. I was part of Exodus ministry. And all of a sudden, there's an AIDS quilt, and I met gay people. The deaf community that I was serving and been a part of were learning from the Black community because they didn't want to learn from all the folks that had the, white coats and stethoscopes. They're like, no, community education is the best. And this group knows that. Community education is the way that you help each other. So I was learning lessons along the way, and there was a group called Christians for the Liberation of the Deaf Community, because there was a book that came out that said, how are you going to get to heaven if you can't speak? You can't talk to Jesus. And it was like, no. God understands sign language. What happens if you get to heaven and God says, and you may not understand God. Maybe God operates out of ASL, But that's just American Sign Language. There's sign languages around the globe. My world exploded into a kaleidoscope. Any of you remember kaleidoscopes? All right, here, let's do that. Pick up your kaleidoscope and then just turn it a little bit. Use your imagination. Can you see all the different communities shifting and changing? That's interfaith work. That is the beauty. And it's never quite the same each time because it's different people in a mix. And that's so important for us. Along the way, how many of you know Imam Dayi Abdullah? Gay Muslim imam? Yes, he had just recently passed. He was a part of that interfaith service. And I have a few quotes from some people from that time. There was So Dayi said, looking back at 35, this is at our 35th anniversary. We've been around 42 years. But looking back at 35 years in Washington, D.C., when I first came to D.C. as a young adult to attend the first lesbian and gay march on Washington in 1979. Remember 1979? Right? I made the decision to locate from the vibrant Black gay community in San Francisco to Washington, D.C. And I met and worked in a diverse community across the LGBT perspective. Being gay and Muslim was often referred to as an oxymoron. And I moved on in my activism to create Mecca Institute. Do you know the work of Mecca Institute, the LGBT Muslims? If you haven't, look it up. There's so many amazing things that are out there. From another person, Daniel Hayes, said in 1985, the idea grew to incorporate a spiritual event with the annual Pride celebrations, with a focus on presenting those elements with which all religions and denominations shared, as opposed to the items which there were disagreements or discord. We found a way to unify our brothers and sisters, our siblings, together. And back then, that name was called, in a very 1980s term, WAGLIA, Washington Area Gay and Lesbian. They only had the G and the L back then. Washington Area Gay and Lesbian Interfaith Association. And we came together and stayed together through a lot. On the card that's floating around here, you can read a quote from Alan Armis from Bet Mishpah, and he said, "The creative power of the universe made every one of us to experience our lives to the fullest, that the spirit within us is a gift from that source which we must return in the same or better condition than when we received it. That if you look deeply into the eyes of another, you can see that divine spirit within them, as well as the reflection of your own spirit." And have you seen that when you've been in conversation with somebody within your own faith, but across faiths, where you find the humanity and the dignity? It's important for us in the work of aging to tell the stories. When we're talking about aging, what did you know about the quilt? What did you know about your spiritual journey, and how has it shifted and changed? How have you gone to be stronger in your mono-spirituality, in your poly-spirituality, in being kind and recognizing and supporting people who choose no faith tradition for a variety of reasons? My personal devotional practice shifted when I came to DC. I was there at the AIDS quilt. I started to see this interfaith service. I'm like, how the heck and who am I? What am I doing? And there was a woman at work that said, "I think you're pagan. I think you like nature spirituality." I'm like, well, how many of you went to church camp growing up? Bible school, vacation Bible school and church camp, and being out in the woods and being out in nature with a campfire and all of that. Well, imagine my surprise when this person from work, Carla, told me, "I think you should go to Free Spirit Gathering, FSG, over in Maryland." And I went there and I was like, oh, this is like church camp. But the songs were a little different, but many of them were the same. How many of you know this song? Love, 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 love. The gospel in a word is love. Love thy neighbor, love each other. Love, love, love. I learned that in church camp, but it fit right in with my poly-spiritual life that was developing. Let me sing it again and see if you can follow along with it. Love, love, love. The gospel in a word is love. Love thy neighbor, love each other. Love, love, love. It goes, love, 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 love. The gospel in a word is love. Love thy neighbor, love each other. Love, love, love. Let's do that one more time. Love, 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 love. The gospel in a word is love. Love thy neighbor, love each other. Love, love, love. And I shifted and I learned. I looked across the way at a campfire out. The outfits were different than church camp growing up. I never saw a sarong before in a church event, and men in sarongs and all of that. It was just amazing. And I looked across the way and I was like, oh, Mary, what are you doing here? And she goes, Eric, what are you doing here? We also worked at the same place. And we found each other there dancing and being a part of nature. And I learned my first pagan chant. Doesn't tie you into a specific religion, but to an understanding of the planet. And the words are really simple. Earth, my body. Say that with me. Earth, my body. Water, my blood. Water, my blood. Air, my breath. Air my breath and fire my spirit. Fire my spirit. Let's try it a couple of times. Earth my body, water my blood. Air my breath and fire my spirit. Earth my body, water my blood. Air my breath and fire my spirit. And another one that I've loved learning over the years that's come into our community. Celebrate diversity, infinite in harmony. Rainbow colors all entwined, many bodies, one mind. Celebrate diversity, infinite in harmony. Rainbow colors all entwined, many bodies, one mind. I was like, oh, that's a cool song. A little bit different than the church camp songs I grew up with, but I learned a different appreciation, a different way of praying. And there's so many different ways for us to pray. And we find our ways and we find what works for us. So if you can imagine, here's an example of another meditation. If you can just kind of let your eyes soften your gaze and think in your mind's eye of the sun rising in the morning. So here's the sun rising in the morning, and you feel the rays of light coming into your eyes and into your soul. And you know that awakening that's happening. And what happens to the sun? It doesn't stay there. If you stay there a minute, it's going to change and get higher and higher in the sky. And you may be going about your day, but now imagine the sun directly overhead. Envision the sun directly overhead. Now, clouds may come in, but I think the sun's still there, right? It's still there. And then the sun starts to go down in the west. It makes its turn to go down in the west. And you know that the day is ending. It might be time to say other prayers and other things to reflect on the day. So the sun moves from the east. It moves to high above us and down in the west. And then where does it go? It travels around the rest of the planet. Other people are experiencing the sun. And we're in a part of a cycle of nature. We're in that cycle of nature. And that's another way to pray, to remember. Have you heard people say, when the student is ready, the teacher will come? Well, it's a little bit opposite. The planet is already here. The teacher is already here. Have we opened ourselves to the planet and the lessons that we need to learn? What happens? I mean, we all experience the solstices and the equinoxes. We maybe not, we don't think of them in those terms, but they help us with our holiday cycles. There are so many ways that we can experience the world and being open to them. Now, some people in nature spirituality can be very formal, and other people can be more natural and nature spirituality, the kinds of things that I'm representing for you today. And I want you to hopefully open yourself up to being able to embrace other people in other communities around you. I know that you are not aggressive Christians. You are progressive Christians. And I love telling people about people who love and their word is action, because we're all in this together. If you don't know this, the people in the closet, the broom closet, the people that are in their own spiritual world are afraid to come out, because right now, if you're not Christian, the word on the street is you're anti-Christian. And that's not true. And progressive Christians are not speaking up loud enough. We have to speak up louder and embrace people that are from other traditions as well. I want to leave you with this thought. America is based in pluralism, religious pluralism. It is the law of the land. It's important for us to embrace that, because the people in our communities, in your community back home, some of them are like, I can't pray that way. I gave that up for Lent. I'm doing something different now. And because they're not Christian, they're going to be branded as anti-Christian, and they'll have a target on them. So be there with each other, for each other, help each other in their ways to pray. Talk to them and find out, are you mono-spiritual? Are you poly-spiritual? Are you a-spiritual? Find the ways that help us connect with each other. and allow us to lift each other up and allow us to then take our long-term experience, the idea of this conference of aging, and tell the stories from way back. And I'll leave you with this last thought. Is this, in this time of aging, I think we're all getting older, right? I'm getting a little creakier, things like that. There's a really important thing that I've learned over time. It says that if you are over 40, how many of us are over 40? You have to have a mentor that's under 30. Did you hear that? A mentor that is under 30. I need to learn from them how to be in this world because this little box is changing my life. This little box is connecting us across the nation. It's connecting us around the world. We have to be there for each other, and we need to honor our intergenerational work and a word that I love, our intersectional work across whatever faith traditions we're in, across whatever knowledge bases we have. Share them with each other, respecting each other, lifting each other up so that we can make it to the next generation and the next generation and leave this world a better place. Thank you so much.
All right. So I normally say my name is Bentley DeBartolabin Phillips, but today in this faith space, I'm going to invoke my mother, Carolyn, may she rest in peace. And she would say, I want you to meet the Dr. Bentley DeBartolabin Phillips. I was like, Mother, it doesn't take all that. Yes, it does, child. So anyway, I'm honored to be with you all this morning. I will be your moderator with our panelists who will introduce themselves in just a moment. We do have one of our panelists who just landed, and so we will hope and pray that he shows up on time. If not, God is good all the time. And all the time? That's right. So we will just go forth. She gave me a big old kiss earlier and said, thank you for the other day. And I was like, what you talking about? Willis? Anyway, so that being said, I will say a little bit about myself and we'll move on to the panelists. I'm very honored to be able to stand before you today. As a lifelong survivor of HIV, I was infected more than 30 years ago. So God is good, as I've said before. So I can tell you about taking 80 pills a day to taking 2 shots. So that's quite the journey. So we don't know. Right? Thank you. Yeah, but this conversation isn't about me unless we have to fill time because our boy won't make it. But I know that we're going to be just fine. And so I work for the United Church of Christ. I have been there 19 years as I have 2 positions. One is transitional executive, and that's with the senior team. In business settings, that would be called a vice president's position, but in the church, it's a transitional executive, and as well as a team leader for our social advocacy justice team. And so I oversee about a staff of 40. And like I said, I've been there for 19 years. And so I'm married to David DeBartolabin Phillips in the back there, who will offer you a somatic presentation right after this one. And we live in the Cleveland area with 2 dogs, very spoiled dogs, and really so spoiled that they don't even, when we travel, they have someone come to them, right? So they don't go to any dog spa or anything like that. But anyway, that's a little bit about myself. And a Pittsburgher, I was born in Pittsburgh. Chicago is what I consider home. That's where I was married to my ex-wife, the mother of my 2 children, and who are 38 and 41. And so I'm very blessed to have them in my life as well. So again, enough about me. We're going to just go down the line and introduce our panelists, beginning with Jean.
Good morning. Gina Brown. I live in New Orleans, well, right outside of New Orleans in Chalmette, Louisiana. I've been working in HIV since 2002, and I've been living with HIV since 1994.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Tori Cooper. I currently, any Republicans in the room? No. I live in Atlanta, but on paper, I live for the Republican. Well, it's true. I got doxxed. It's a long story. So I was diagnosed in 1989.
Bless you.
Long time ago. And I'm incredibly proud and happy to be here today.
I'm Elder George Kerr III, and I have been HIV positive since 1993, and so happy to be here.
So we have about 6 segments of questions, so we're going to just journey through, beginning with personal experience in daily life. And so we're going to start with you, Gina, if that's okay with you. Can you tell us what has life living with HIV taught you about yourself and how your faith has informed all that?
Before I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know that I had the strength that I have. I thought that, let me back up a little bit. I'm also in recovery, right? So when you're in recovery and you're in treatment, the last day they put you in was called the hot seat. So they put me in a hot seat and they just throw questions at you and you have to be honest because recovery is about honesty. And the last question I was asked was, if you find out in 5 years you have AIDS, what you gonna do? Wow. And I said, without skipping a beat, I said, I would smoke up Peru. And they were like, huh? I said, I smoke so much crack, I die. Because that's how I felt. Well, I got my diagnosis and the last thing I wanted to do was smoke crack. What I wanted to do was figure out how to live. You know, because I was told you have AIDS and you're gonna die. You tested positive for HIV. It was all in one sentence. But I really thought, you know, and it has really shaped my journey as far as me finding strength where I didn't think there was any strength. Me picking up the pieces, me putting my life back together, and me moving on. You know.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you like to take that same question?
Sure. The truth is, I don't remember a lot of life before 1989 because I was 19. But what I do remember is people dying. I remember people dying before they said Black people were getting it. I remember being in middle school and hanging around with folks who were in high school and who were already out of school. And I remember seeing Black people and queer people, and we use the word trans now, but trans people dying and no one cared. Some of my first memories that we would now refer to as HIV activism was we used to do, when I used to perform on stage, we used to do benefit shows to bury people, folks in our own community, because funeral homes didn't want to touch their dead bodies. And so that was really, those are the things that I remember. I remember people being so sick that they were basically simply living in shells of bodies that they had lived in for a few years. And I remember, I've always loved to dance. And I remember that there was a guy, George, who was from Virginia. I grew up in Virginia. And I remember George and I went out dancing one weekend. We came to DC to go to Tracks. Some DC folks in here.
Remember Tracks?
You remember Tracks? And I remember we went to Tracks. We drove up to DC, went to Tracks, had a ball. Went home. I let him know when I made it home, and I never heard from George again. And literally within 2 weeks, he was dead. That's what I remember. It took a long time before I started to realize that there was something on the other side of that. And so it's hard to even process how sad things were and how hard some people had to fight to find some joy in those days. And so I remember them with fondness because those of us who lived through it are often still here to talk about it. But there's so much of it is just this big cloud.
Thank you for that. George.
So when I found out I was positive, I hadn't been in church in several years. I was condemned as a gay man. And so I walked out of the church. And thankfully, my current church pulled me back and have been able to do the things that I've been able to do and been able to grow living with HIV and grow my faith. So I give a lot of praise to my family at Westminster, DC.
Yeah. Thank you, George. So how about we go to this question here? So how do you take care of your mental, emotional, and spiritual health in the midst of the day-to-day HIV life? Sure, George can start. The last shall be first.
So I was thinking I was going last, so can you repeat the question?
Of course.
I'm multitasking over here.
It's all good, brother. So how do you take care of your mental, emotional, and spiritual health while living with HIV in the midst of the world in which we have to deal with today?
So I would say before January, it was a lot easier, to be quite honest. And I would practice self-care. It's been a lot harder these last 6 months. And what is going to face us living with HIV and the possibility that we're going to lose our Medicaid. We may lose our housing voucher. We are going to lose people. So how trying to answer these questions and continue to address the community, because the community has these questions and much more, and we don't have the answers. So we have to figure out that balance that we have to live in order to take care of ourselves and to do community engagement, which community engagement is now changed forever.
Thank you.
So what I heard was somehow integrating faith and HIV. And I thought about my experience and the experience of some other folks that I know, and I'm trans and always have been, even when we didn't use that terminology. And I thought about my experience growing up in church and having attended and still financially supporting a relatively conservative, very traditional Baptist church. What I realized is people love you and they like you until you disclose anything.
Say that. Say that again. Really?
They love you until you tell them you're lesbian. They love you until you tell them that you're gay. And they love you and like you until you tell them that you're trans. You can show them all day, but until you say the words, I am this. And the same thing with HIV. And what I've realized is these were the most loving hypocrites that I've ever met. They were. Right. And what they did was they modeled for us in the most negative and also positive ways, because you got to glean from it what you can, how to love and protect people. Because even the folks who all of a sudden they still loved you but didn't like you anymore after you made all those disclosures, they showed you what to do and what not to do simply by their own action. The same word that they used to prop you up when you were getting A's in school, they used the other part of the scripture, the part behind the comma, to condemn you to hell. They used the Bible as a sword to cut your throat and to stab you in the back instead of loving you back to hell. And I think for many of us, what it took is us learning scripture, understanding religion and culture and traditions for ourselves, and developing an even closer, in spite of it all, developing a closer relationship with whomever you call God, whatever you call God, in order to realize, first of all, they were only acting out what they knew. It doesn't excuse it, but you understand them more. But it also helps to provide, I think, a shield to help people understand that what they're doing, again, is being the most loving hypocrites that they can be. And hopefully, even in that hurt, you're able to help them understand why they're being a hypocrite and to help them to turn from their wicked ways.
Yeah. Come on.
Seminary taught me all
Right,
that stuff.
right.
And to help them turn from their wicked way and to help them
Start repentance,
understand how they can build people up instead of tearing them down with the exact same word and the same words from the same word.
Mm. Thank you for that. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Go ahead, Gina.
When it comes to how I take care of myself emotionally and all of that, I often think of a Bible verse: faith without works is dead.
Mm-hmm.
I can have faith all day, but if I'm not doing my part. So the first thing I had to do, because I thought I was going to die, was get in touch with my emotional well-being first. So I learned how to meditate. I learned how to not so much pray, but see, I address or I approach faith differently than some people. I don't pray, I talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I call him her
Mm-hmm.
because I believe that the only thing a man has ever given birth to is an idea.
Yeah.
So I do. I really do.
Come on, tell the truth now.
So I do say her. I say goddess. And I just talk. And in talking, things were revealed to me. I started seeing things. My daughter's name is Jemani. Her name means faith in God. Because when I was pregnant with her when I was diagnosed.
Oh, wow.
And I said one prayer, leaving the clinic, let my baby be okay. And I never prayed that again. I never said those words again. And I was working with this guy named USCHA. Yes, people have names. And Mo, I was going to name my baby Tupac. I was, because I thought I was having a boy. I thought I was having a boy. So I was going to name my baby Tupac. And Mo came to work one day and he said, I had a dream and you should name your baby Jemani. And I said, well, that sounds like a girl name. He said, it is. I said, oh, no, I'm having a boy. Surprise, November 29th, she's a girl. And her name is Jemani, and it means faith in God.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I did have that faith. And my daughter is now living with HIV. And it was two things that made that possible. Goddess and 076, a study that I was on, taking medication to make sure that happened. But that's when I started healing emotionally. And then recently, I read something, and this is how I knew I was healed. I read a quote that said, when you're healed, you stop bleeding on people who didn't cut you.
Yeah, repeat that, please.
When you are healed, you stop bleeding on people who didn't cut you. And when I saw that, and I said, it has been years since I've gone off on people. It's been years since I've done this. I am healed. You know, but I know that I still have to do some things to stay healed, right? I have to have those daily conversations with my higher power. I have to make sure that I'm meditating. I have to make sure that when I get in my car, before I turn it on, I say this: please don't let me cuss nobody out, because I don't want to be that person today. And I try really hard. You know, when it comes to faith and my HIV, I think of my grandfather who died in 2004. He lived in Sacramento. He was a minister. And every Sunday I talked to my grandfather, and he would say, Gina, have you found a church home yet? Y'all know how the old Baptist preachers are. And I would say, no, grandfather, I haven't. But then I started telling him about my outreach and what I was doing in community. And he said, you have found a church home. Your church home is outside. It's not in a building.
Come on now.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Yes.
That's how you give back. That's how you show that you appreciate the life you have. So that's what I've continued to do. You know, if it wasn't for COVID, I would be under the bridge with the unhoused people talking about HIV, housing, food, all of those things, because I don't ignore anyone. I see people for people.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, we're going to move to healthcare and treatment here. And so we're going to start with you, Tori, all right? So your question is, what has your experience been like assessing consistent medical care and medication?
First say, I have a lot of privilege. I want to first acknowledge that in everything that I say, I have a whole lot of privilege, as do many. I don't even know everybody in the room, but I understand that many of us in this room do too. My experiences navigating healthcare is very different than many of the folks that we are charged to serve.
Mm-hmm.
I want to acknowledge that. I am a college graduate a couple of times over, private health insurance. When I couldn't work, I had health, et cetera, et cetera. And it's pretty good. So it pretty much covers all my medication
Mm-hmm.
anytime I make a change or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I will make it in the grand scheme of things what we are experiencing in the healthcare system. We are experiencing hell on earth when it comes to healthcare, and it's going to get worse.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is, for people who are diagnosed with HIV, you're told, here, take these pills for the rest of your life
Mm-hmm.
for something that you will always have, even if a test doesn't show it. That's a lot to take on at one time.
Mm-hmm.
When you change a job, when you lose a job, when you get a job, if you move out of that zip code, if you move out of that state, there will be challenges with your health care for most folks. And so there's a healthcare system that barely provides care.
Mm-hmm.
And it barely addresses health. And so what I believe is, for most people living, and I've seen this so many times over, for most people living with HIV, they simply want to be able to get whatever product it is, or products plural, that is going to keep them get them healthy and keep them healthy. Sometimes that means HIV medicine. Sometimes it means mental health medicine, because that's part of HIV care.
Yeah.
Sometimes that means housing, because that's part of HIV care. And we have a healthcare system that does not address anything other than take this pill
Mm-hmm.
for this that you're going to have for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
And so overall, there needs to be, in my opinion, a huge overhaul of the healthcare system. Not in the next 3 years.
Yes.
Under the next
Yes.
administration.
Right.
It needs to happen. But it needs to happen. And I believe we are way, way overdue for that. So there's a whole bunch of challenges. I'm grateful that there are more options for people now. I've heard folks discussing being on an injectable.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard folks who talk about taking pills. I'm glad that people have options.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that people are taking their medicine. And I'm glad that people still want to be healthy
Mm-hmm.
by taking their medicine. I worry a lot, because even though we have a lot of privilege, it ain't always easy for us.
Say that.
And so what about the folks who have less power and privilege in society for us? How are we helping them? I wish that was the question that you asked.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You can talk to that if you want to.
Oh, okay. So how are we helping them? I think what has happened, well, what we're experiencing is, for those of us who've been around a long time, I'm 55. I'm 35 on dating sites. But for those of us who have been around for a long time, I think what we're starting to see are things that are reminiscent of before.
Yes.
Or when cocktails first hit the market.
Yes.
Or first became available to Black people. Let me say it that way, because white people started getting them in 95. Black people started getting them in 96.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They got quiet when I said that.
Well,
But it's true.
racism
Dr.
is a thing.
Am I correct? Thank you. All right. Some of y'all didn't even know that. But it's very reminiscent of that, where if you've seen the movie Dallas Buyers Club, where people were sharing medications and or selling medications and stealing medication, I think we're at the precipice of that happening again.
Mm-hmm.
Where I know folks who started hoarding medications for their own benefit during COVID. That medication is expired, but I think they were onto something. I don't encourage people to just hoard medications, but I think we're at a point where if you can get your medication delivered 7 days earlier every month, every 3 months, you'll have a whole extra bottle.
That's right. That's right.
I think we're getting to that point again, where we're going to have to see some of that old school activism that's going to happen to make sure that the folks who are the least of these are getting the things that they need, in addition to the things that we need also. We're going to have to start putting people in our extra bedrooms and putting people on their couches until they can find a place to live again.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. George, anything you want to add?
I'm in agreement with everything you just said.
Mhm, mhm.
My biggest fear right now is those that are on the corner. But let me just start out with, I come from privilege also, and I recognize that. I work for the DCCFAR, Center for AIDS Research, on the community engagement. And so when I had to change doctors last year, they made sure they put me with the lead researcher at the clinic because they knew that anyone else, I was going to challenge the heck out of them. And so that they needed to do that. And I recently switched to the injectable. It's been life-saving. My biggest fear now is I won't be able to get it and have to go back onto a daily pill. Those pills, there's a such thing as pill fatigue.
Yeah.
You just get tired. And those pills could be sitting right there. I just have to stretch a little bit to get them. I'll do it in a minute. An hour later, I'll get it in a minute. 3 weeks later, oh, I better get it now. That's the reality that we're in.
Mm.
And I've been very concerned with DC and the lack of conversation about how we're going to prepare. In January, we're losing our Medicaid to thousands of people, 700 of them living with HIV.
Mm.
So what are we going to do for those 700 people? We know the ADAP won't cover it. The pharmacy company, they're not going to be able to give us the medication also. So what is our plan? Do we build a mutual aid for the HIV community? And if so, when do we start? We should have started last year. But we have to start having those conversations. So I'll do a quick plug. We're having a town hall on Saturday morning at 9 to 11 a.m. to have this type of conversation, to see what we as a community can do when the government's not going to be there for us.
Thank you, George. I'm going to change the question on you, okay? Thank you. Okay, Gina, what advice would you give someone newly diagnosed who is just about to start treatment?
I would tell the person, first, find out everything you can about HIV. Because the more you know about something, it's not scary. And whatever medications you are prescribed, take them exactly as prescribed. I know it's not always easy, right? I've been living with HIV 31 years, and I am not this great person, y'all, but I've only missed my meds 3 times. Because when I was diagnosed, the day I was diagnosed, this one woman said you're going to die, and another woman said you can live if you do these things.
Mm-hmm.
Because she said that, I believed her. And one of those things was take my medication exactly as prescribed. I missed the dose when I evacuated for Hurricane Katrina. I went to Texas to speak at a university overnight trip and forgot my medicine. And the last time I was having a colonoscopy and the doctor said, don't take anything. So I didn't take it. And then when I got there, he said, did you take HIV meds? I said, no. He said, why not? Because you told me not to. But anyway, that's the 3 things. So I would tell them my story. I would encourage them that that medications have come a long way. I understand all of the fear about the healthcare system, but our meds have come a long way. I used to be on 17 pills a day. I'm on 1 pill a day now. You know, and things are getting easier. We hear about injectables, you know, we hear about different things that people can take to make their lives easier. I would also tell that person to link up with people who are living with HIV or who know HIV. It wasn't until I came to DC in 2002 and met Linda Scruggs that my life changed. Because I've been living with HIV in New Orleans, but I was living underground. You know, only a handful of people knew. I wasn't trying to educate anybody. And I met Linda. And Linda was like meeting Diana Ross. I felt like I met Diana Ross. Don't tell her I said that, y'all, but I did. She was just this fabulous woman. And I said, if I ever get a chance, that's who I want to be like. You know, so she was my North Star. And I continue to follow people who were living with HIV and learning from them. You know, I met Tori and I learned so much from Tori. Tori told us one time that the healthcare system was not created for us. The HIV healthcare system, it was created for white boys to save white boys, and it did a great job. We were in DC at a meeting, and Tori said that, and I never forgot that. So I would tell people that that this before you heard the words you are living with HIV, you had HIV. The day before you came in here, you already had it. You just didn't know. Let's learn how to live in an emotionally intelligent way, and let's really think about how we can stay healthy. You know, I'll be 60 in January, and I never thought I would make it this far. But now that I'm about to be 60, I'm like, wait a minute, I need 20 more years. I want to get to 80, you know? That kind of thing. And then let them truly take them by the hand and let them see the beautiful community that I'm a part of. You know, because you can tell people something all day, but if they don't see it, they don't really believe you.
That's right.
You know, so that's what I would do.
Thank you. One of you two want to take that question?
I think connecting with someone that is HIV positive, we need to do a lot more so that they can really understand where we come and where we can survive this and thrive with it. And it's important to really talk about finding that good primary care doctor and making sure that you're getting quality of life, because there's a difference in just going to the doctor and taking pills. But living a quality of life is so important. And so to be out there and to connect, mental health is a big part of it. And if you isolate, it's going to become even harder. And so find that support system. And there is a support system that's on one level, but then you got to find that support system that's on that bigger level that you can be honest. And when you miss that medication, you can say, I missed my medication and I haven't been taking it for a week, so that that person can say, okay, and hold you accountable in getting that medication. And if you, the doctor's appointments and to all of the things that you need to do to make sure that you are getting that quality of life.
Yes.
I'm actually going to inject a thought here and say that yes to all of that, but to recognize also that you are in charge of you. Meaning that if you get a healthcare provider that treats you like crap, that's right. That's right. Find someone who will see you as human, worthy of all that you are entitled to by the Creator that's gifted us all equally, and make sure you get what you need and ask for it. And if you don't like it, go out to the front desk and scream out about that, because I have certainly had in this 30-something year journey folks who treated me like, and I was like, yeah, sure.
That's yes. And that's a goal. I think for many people, if I remember correctly, the question you asked was someone who was newly diagnosed.
Correct. Yes.
And I think for most people, it's not even a consideration that I can fire a doctor, that what they said to me might be wrong, that I deserve X, Y, and Z. I think for many people, especially newly diagnosed, even if you suspect you may have had HIV for a while, I think for many people, there's the shock of discovery. I think there is fear. And I think there's a shame that many people feel upon officially learning a diagnosis that for some people makes them a walking corpse. It's hard to function unless you're told exactly what to do. And that's why some people end up on really horrible, back in the day, people end up on really horrible regimens that didn't fit their lifestyle. Or they took medicines before they were ready. Or they stayed with a doctor that was treating them like crap because they didn't feel empowered or even whole or even half enough to speak up for themselves. I think what happens is, as you start learning more about your HIV, because it's your HIV.
Right.
It's tied to your DNA. And you start, there's a certain type of ownership over that. I think what happens is all the other parts of your healthcare become better. Even if your body is continually failing you in different ways, your healthcare becomes better because your mental health does. There's an understanding of your HIV, and therefore there's a kind of an understanding of the medicines that you're putting into your body around your HIV, and in turn of the care and the providers who are providing you with that medicine. And it does give you the courage to say, you know what, I don't like the way they're talking to me. That doctor's wrong. That nurse can kiss my ass. You grow into that. Just like we grow into our spirituality and our relationships with God and with the church and with other people. I think that's a part of maturity that happens when you feel ownership and when you feel supported in your HIV journey. Yeah. And often that comes from the things that all of you have said. When you're able to share your diagnosis and part of your journey with someone who you trust and who shows that trust with you.
Yes. Thank you for that. Yes. Go ahead. Jump in.
So a couple months ago, I was at a meeting and with an executive director of a nonprofit, and they got a phone from their back at their organization, and the person just tested positive, and the doctor said, "Oh, you have AIDS."
What?
Oh yeah, they tell you that.
Okay, let that sit for a second. You have AIDS without any testing or anything, but that's what the provider said to them. So it's going to be upon us, people living with HIV, to correct and say, no, you have HIV or you have advanced HIV. Okay. And make sure that they understand that the reality of what that really means. And we've got to, as nonprofit organizations, be ready for those conversations, because providers their time is getting shorter and shorter with the person. And so they're not giving them all the correct information. And so they leave out of there, quite frankly, maybe suicidal. And we've got to make sure that we are there to make sure that they do not.
Yeah. Important. Tori, you actually, when you said shame, right? So you're taking us into the next segment about stigma, right? And how that impacts us. So I'm going to start with you. All right. So how has stigma from society, family, friends shown up in your life?
So in my conversations with people, I define stigma as fear that's only real to you. Some people are terrified of snakes. I happen to love nice shoes and handbags, especially when they're made out of snakes. Just saying. So I don't have a fear of snakes. And it's the same thing with stigma. There's some people who are terrified of disclosure. I mean, it's not my favorite thing to do.
That was
right.
But when I realized that I can't give you anything in bed but a good time, because it's an undetectable joke, y'all.
Right.
All of a sudden, that particular part of the stigma was gone for me. And so many people experience stigma for a number of reasons. I know people because of their waistline. If you don't like it, change it. I know people because of their age. If you don't like it, change it.
35, right?
Oh, let's go social media.
Okay.
Oh, hookup sites. But whatever it is that you feel that shame or that stigma, and here's another story, because I'm 55 and we tell stories to make a point.
Yeah.
When I first started going to a provider, it was like, where in the world is common sense? I swear to God, I used to wear a baseball cap and glasses. And it could be in the summer and I would have a jacket on and sometimes a scarf. Like, it was, in hindsight, it was stupid. That's the only way to describe it. And one day it dawned on me that every single person in here is here for the exact same reason. And what I'm showing them is how to be ashamed of themselves.
Yes.
And I tell people, I believe that was God telling me how stupid I was. And so what I realized is that for me, once that switch happened, and I could go into a provider's office and say, hey, how you doing? I love that jacket. I hope you're having a great day today. Once I could do that, it suddenly, not only did it help impact my health, but what I realized, because people have said to me, I saw you and you spoke to me one day, and I was scared to speak back. I've had people who said to me, well, you spoke to me in the clinic one day. Great. It helped them to break down some of the stigma that they may have been feeling simply about the place that they go to receive health care. And I think that's the thing. We stigmatize an HIV diagnosis in our society, and about being queer and about being trans, some things that just are, in ways that are absolutely beyond ridiculous. And so once you take ownership over whatever your things are, it empowers you to really focus on being the best at whatever it is that you are. If you're a preacher and you got HIV and you're hiding your HIV, there's something that you will always hold back. And as a preacher, as a pastor, as an evangelist, as a teacher, I'm an ordained deacon. As a deacon, your goal is to help people get to Christ. But if you're always holding something back, it's that one thing that you're holding back that's keeping somebody from getting where they need to go.
Yeah.
In addition to yourself. And so addressing stigma head on, it doesn't have to be in a group meeting, but addressing it time and time again, and then readdressing it every once in a while to make sure that you beat it down are, I think, the best and most empowering ways to get to greater health. Because I think ultimately that's what we want. We want to be healthy Christians. We want to be healthy non-Christians. We want to be healthy people. And for some of us, you want to be a healthy person who's living with HIV or one who doesn't have HIV. But if the goal is health, then addressing all of the different stigmas, because today it's an HIV diagnosis. Tomorrow, it's stigma around something else. And so addressing each of those things and then constantly readdressing them and figuring out ways to make the healthiest decisions for yourself will continue to be, because we're modeling for folks how to be healthy. And I think that's why many of us do disclose when we're in places like this. If I'm picking watermelon, don't ask me about my HIV status. But if I'm at this conference, you can ask me anything you want. It's my responsibility whether or not I want to answer it. But these are places where we can provide and model for people what healthy and open conversation and reduced stigma. Not necessarily no stigma, but reduced stigma can look like.
Gina?
Yes. I was one of those people that was filled with stigma when I was first diagnosed. Because, you know, HIV is looked at as a behavioral disease and not a medical thing. So I remember going to the clinic. I would walk to the clinic and I would have a book in front of my face like this. And I think back now and I'm like, oh, Lord, I'm so glad there weren't like poles and pillars and stuff, because I would have walked into them because I was so afraid of you seeing me that I couldn't see where I was going. And we're in New Orleans, we have a charity, we had a charity hospital system. And the clinic used to be behind the old charity hospital, and people would hang out on a ramp to see who was going in the clinic. I swear. And I was like, oh my God, they can see me. So one day I was like, you know what? How y'all doing? And it scattered like roaches when you turn the light on. Because they wanted to see you, but they didn't want you to really see them. You know, and I dealt with my stigma. I was so stigmatized that when it came time to tell my partner, who I was pregnant for, that I was living with HIV, I told him over the phone because I didn't want to see his face when I told him that. It took many years for me to work through the stigma. And like I said, coming to DC and meeting Linda. I was at a conference, and I don't know if any of y'all know River Houston. She's a comedian, and she does a lot of HIV conferences. And she was on stage with this big old black dildo, and she was asking people who has HIV. And people were jumping up, and I found myself on my feet. And I looked around, and I wanted the floor to open and just smell me, because I could not believe that I did that. I couldn't believe it. And lightning didn't strike me, and the world didn't end, and life kept going on. And I gave an interview once, y'all. I'm gonna stand up and show y'all something. And I talked in the interview because what helped me get rid of my stigma was I went out and I bought, some red Chucks, y'all. And I started wearing red Chucks as a
Oh
symbol.
my God.
I did an interview, and I said in the interview, I said, I'm the woman, well, I didn't say woman, I said, I'm the chick in New Orleans that you'll see running around the street with some red chucks on. And I would find myself in a corner store, and people would pass by me, and they would say, you that lady.
Mm-hmm.
And I would smile at them, and they would say, I have it too, but don't nobody know.
Mm.
Can I have your number?
Oh my God.
And I would give them my number.
Yeah.
And I started connecting with people like that. And then it helped me come out of my stigma.
Yeah.
And then I just started telling everybody.
Yeah.
And one of my friends used to always say, this is how you introduce yourself. Hi, I'm Jean. I have HIV. I said, no, I don't. She said, you do. I was like, no, I don't. I don't do that. But it was my way of making people, of easing them. Because I was already okay with it at this point. So I wanted you to be okay with it. But I also stigmatized that I was diagnosed in 94. My children's father died in 97. And I didn't get into a relationship until 2014.
Wow.
2014. And I know you over there counting. I saw you. That was a long time.
Yeah.
And I was the person that had never been without a partner. I was always with somebody. But stigma made me not want to be with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time I wanted to be with anybody, I got a little older. And it was like, they ain't checking for, ain't no dude checking for no 40-year-old. They want the 20-year-olds with the tight bodies. And it was okay.
Yeah.
It was okay. But I'll tell you this about stigma. Stigma will eat you alive.
Yes, ma'am.
And stigma impacts women a lot differently than men. And I'm not being sexist. I'm telling y'all what I know. Women get a diagnosis and we go underground. Because a lot of what we do is social. We take our kids to school. We sit on the porch. We talk to our girlfriends. Men, y'all go to work and y'all come home. You might see your partner on the weekend and watch a football game. You know, but for women, it's a social disease. So we go underground and we die there.
Mm.
And that's what we got to stop. Even in 2025, people are still going underground and dying, you know, because of stigma.
Thank you for that. I'm going to change your question. Okay, George? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So can you tell us, George, what do you wish others understood about HIV that could reduce stigma and its misconceptions?
Language justice.
Say more.
Language justice, and that we're constantly learning and educating ourselves how to meet the people where they're at and be where we need to be at. And it's, you know, it's always expanding. And so we have to have that knowledge to be able to grow and to understand that we need to take that step outside the box. We've got to constantly grow. We find ourselves comfortable in a box, and then we have to expand. Get comfortable again, expand. And that's what language justice is, and making sure that all of us get the information that we need around living with HIV or not getting it, being on PrEP. It's important for us, individuals that's living with HIV, to encourage those that are sexually active to be on PrEP and know what PrEP and DoxyPEP is. And to know all of that you can about sexuality.
Thank you. Ladies, anyone want to say anything more?
We good.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So let's move to resilience and advocacy. And we're going to start with you, Tori. What role does community support play in your journey?
I think, so when I moved to Atlanta a few years ago, it was the first time that I'd met people who were so openly living with HIV, who were in all different phases of their life. They were different ages. They were employed, they weren't employed. They were able-bodied, they were less able-bodied. But it was the first time that I met, is Eddie still in the room? A community of people, no, different Eddie. A community of people who so openly talked about their statuses as if they just had a sprained ankle. or trick me.
Mm-hmm.
And it was without question the most empowering thing, because I've always had one or two friends that you could talk to about it. But to run into people, what I thought was accidentally, but God in purpose. I met Freda Jones, who is Freda Jones is like one of my, but Linda Scruggs is her, Freda Jones. I remember telling Freda, I want to do what you do, talking about advocacy. And listening to people and having a community who got it. I am 55 years old. I was diagnosed 36 years ago last month and have never had a doctor who's ever taken an HIV pill. Let that sink in. Because most people with HIV don't have doctors who have HIV. So there are certain things that a doctor can tell you, but they don't know firsthand. And having someone who understands what it feels like to have that queasiness in your stomach because you didn't eat enough, or to feel that haze because that's just how the medicine feels, or to have the fear because you've run out of medicine before you ran out of money. Only community understands that and can share those feelings with you and empathize in the same way. And I always go back to the mental health aspect of it. The fact that you can share or not share with people who truly get it, I think is so life-saving, and why conferences like this are so important, why caucuses and community groups are so important, and why one-on-one and behavioral health interventions, all of those things are so important, because you get to hear from people who truly are the experts, whether they have anything behind their name or not. And that for some people is the difference between life and death. You have support from people who truly, truly get it.
Can I piggyback on
Yeah, please.
what I was saying? This is why PWN USA was created. We didn't have a space. Women didn't have a space where we were a part of a community. The guys, thank y'all for letting us in, but y'all didn't really want us in there. And we understand it. Y'all had things y'all needed to talk about, and there were things we needed to address, right? So PWN was created, and that was a wonderful thing. It created a community. But community is really important because a lot of times, like Tori said, you may think you're the only one. I remember when I got diagnosed in 94, I thought I was the only woman in New Orleans with HIV. Now look how narcissistic that is. I really did. I thought, because nobody else was saying it.
Right.
Nobody, I didn't even really know a woman could get HIV because no women were saying it. It wasn't until my diagnosis I saw Ray Lewis Thornton. And I was like, where's she been? Then I saw her idea and I was like, wait a minute. And I started seeing women and community started being built. And we're gonna have to keep building that community, because as young people come in, or as our dandelions and lifelong survivors are getting older, we gotta make space for them too. Community is not just about me being with people that I've always known. It's about bringing new people into the fold. It's about making people feel important and connected somehow, some way. Community means a lot to me. I don't know where I would be without y'all. I really don't. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can we break that down a little bit
Sure.
more? So as the trans person on the panel, I think it's also important to acknowledge that there's some spaces that trans people, we just want to be by ourselves. And there's some spaces where we don't want to be by ourselves, but we want to be part of the whole.
Yes.
Also think that the polarization that happens and the segregation that can happen in these spaces, again, is modeling for us what the church did to us when you disclose something, that you were pregnant without a husband. Because some of you had to apologize in front of your congregation. And so in the HIV community, what has happened is PWN, the Transgender Law Center, I'm part of the Positively Trans Advisory Board, and so many other groups of people. There are organizations and entities and LLCs and ORGs that are just for Black gay men who are living with HIV. And there's some, I don't know if legally you can say just for white gay men living with HIV, but there are some that they just have white gay men living with HIV. And I think that for many of us, there are such powerful places for healing when done well.
Yep.
Because who speaks better trans than trans?
Correct. Yes.
Who speaks? I talk a lot about race, and if that bothers you, you need to figure out why and fix it. That ain't my problem. Who speaks better white man than white man?
Of course.
They're white men, right?
Yeah.
It's true. And so I appreciate the fact that within the HIV community, we are privileged to have our own little section.
Mhm.
All right.
Mhm.
And we're also able to be a part of the puzzle as well.
Mhm.
That doesn't exist in every disease state. I had cancer, and there was no Black trans support group for cancer, people living with cancer.
Mhm.
There wasn't, not that I was aware of.
Mhm.
And so it's empowering when it's done well. And I appreciate that. And I think we should actually encourage that. And going back to the question you asked about people who knew, certainly we can say, hey, you should join a support group. But if you don't want to, if you haven't even acknowledged your
Right.
status,
Yeah.
it's unrealistic to say there's a whole community of people waiting to hear from you.
Yeah.
We can say it, but people don't get it.
Yeah.
Until they're ready for it.
Yeah.
And so making sure that we protect PWN, positively trans, whatever the white gay men living with HIV group is, or those groups are, making sure that we provide and nurture those spaces and continue to make them available to people who yet to get to the point that many of us are.
Thank you.
I don't know of any of these white gay men groups
Oh, name.
because I am not going to be a part of that. Diversity, equity means a lot to me.
Yeah.
And so you won't find me in those spaces, and you won't find me condemning them. But we've talked a lot, but one thing that we also need to acknowledge that some of us that are high in these communities, we need to have our own type of support system because we're going through a lot, and we cannot let it known that, oh, George is fear of this or that because it's going to get in the community and then I won't be able to be as beneficial as I need to be. So I need to have a space that I can go to and breathe a minute and talk it out. I have therapy every 2 weeks, but my therapist is retiring in November. That therapy will stop because they no longer offer that. They will offer it for 12 weeks. And that's it. So now I've got to figure out where I'm going to go next to be able to talk it out and to figure out what's next for this. So with everything else that's going on with community, I still got to take care of myself.
That's right.
You do.
Thank you. So, George, we're going to stick with you and ask you what gives you hope about the future of HIV treatment and awareness in these challenging times?
Spaces like this, where we can be open and honest, a safe space. And then when we start to rally, when back in February, when it came that they were closing CDC, the world of HIV spoke up and we were able to stop it for a moment. But the true activism that we have not seen in a while around HIV, we're going to start seeing again. I understand that there's going to be a new ACT UP coming out and reinvigorating. We're going to need that. And so that's my hope, is that we can lean on each other. And the faith community plays a big, big part of that.
Thank you. Ladies, either one?
You want to go? All right. Yes, George, I agree with everything you said. We do have to have a higher level of support when we're doing this work. I put on Facebook one morning, I said, I don't know why I got out of bed this morning. The people attacked me. They were like, you don't know why you got out of bed? Oh my God, the work you're doing. that still didn't take away the fact that I didn't know why I got out of bed that morning. It still didn't erase the fact that I was going through something.
Right.
And that I put it out there thinking that y'all my friends. Y'all gonna come and say, hey, what's going on? Let's have a conversation about this. Nobody did. They attacked me. And I took that post down. I said, I'm taking this down because they don't want to hear this because they see me a certain way.
Yep.
Vulnerable. I cry.
Mhm.
You know, I still, there are still days that I'm afraid. I have a 15-year-old grandson and I'm terrified for him. You know, I talk to him all the time, which he hates when I talk about sex. He don't want to talk about sex with me, but I do it anyway because he needs to hear the truth. But I understand peer pressure. You know, and I understand that at 17, 18, no matter if he's straight, gay, or whatever he may be, he's not going to want to go and talk to his doctor about PrEP. You know, so when you talk about HIV and the future of it, that's what frightens me. It frightens me that there are women still walking around. We don't use the word risk. We say your reasons. What are your reasons for doing things, right? But there are still women who don't think they have a reason to take PrEP or to get tested or to ask questions, you know. So that's where we are. But I do think that if we continue fighting and growing, we can really come out on the other side better. You know, because I think about how they started. Just I'm gonna say this and shut up. I told Masanya this one day at the biomedical conference. We were sitting at the table. I said, you know, we started this thing with a rubber band and a stick, right? And she was like, what? I said, there were no resources when this thing started. So we got to think back like that. Not that we want to go back to that, but we have to keep fighting. You know, even if it's just with a rubber band and a stick, we got to keep going, y'all.
So you're going to transition us to the last segment, which is forward-looking and advice. So Tori, we're going to start with you. If you could change one thing about how society responds to HIV, what would it be?
Oh, one thing.
Okay, maybe two then.
All right, two then.
His
So
phone.
the first thing would be that there would be no restrictions to people getting whatever type of HIV care they need. That would be number one. If you need a bottle of pills, you get it. If you need an injection,
hate this phone.
get it. If you need mental health, because that's part of HIV care, you get it. You need a place to lay your head that's safe and secure, you get it. That would be number one. And number two really has to
Can you
go back
put your
to
head up a little bit?
that people
No, not your cap, your head.
would
Put your
and
cap
could
down.
take ownership over their HIV and other health conditions and whatever their intersectional identities are in a way that helps get them to wholeness and health. Yes.
Yeah, George?
I talk a lot about the primary doctor, but the referral doctors are worse in the fact that they don't understand HIV. They will tell you, oh, why don't you just take your pill? Why don't you do this? Why do you
anyway?
I've even had them ask me, how did you get HIV?
Stop it.
I tell them it's none of their business.
Right.
That they're not there to do that. And to be able to also talk about sexuality and to be comfortable enough to talk about, yes, I'm a gay man and I have sex and what that really means. And so changing of the whole healthcare system is needed right now.
Go ahead, Gene.
What's the question?
No problem. If you could change one thing or two about how society responds to HIV, what would it be?
I would hope that society would stop looking at people living with HIV as if we are a behavior and instead of being people. I would want society to look at us and say, you know, this is a health condition. What can we do as a society to help this health condition? It's not about who you sleep with or how you sleep with them. I can sleep with 100 men and use protection, a condom with each one of them. or I could sleep with one person and not use a condom. So it doesn't even matter. You know, I hated the word promiscuous when they would say that, are you promiscuous? And I would say, what does that even mean? You know, what does it really mean?
Yeah.
Because that's like, do I call myself that, or are you calling me that?
Yes.
So that's what I want society to look at the way that society can change their thinking to truly help us impact HIV in a way that people are no longer getting a diagnosis. I live in a state that criminalizes HIV because they don't follow. Louisiana does not follow the science, y'all. No, you know, and it criminalizes HIV, which keeps people from getting tested, which means that we'll never get to end an epidemic. Because if you're not tested, you don't know you have it, and then if you sleep with someone condomless, then that person can get it, and it'll just keep going. So that's what I want society to do. Look at the part they play in this.
Okay. So we're going to come to our final question, all right? And that is, looking back, what do you wish you had known earlier in your journey? We'll start with you, Tori.
Okay. So my sex education from my peers was don't have sex with white men because they give you cooties and eggs. That was my sex education. It worked. Until it didn't. I never got cooties, but you know the rest.
Right.
But what I've learned is the streets have no idea what they're talking about. And that until we understand our bodies, our sexuality or lack of, our gender or lack of, and all of the wonderful things that make us uniquely us, then we are doomed to continue to repeat the cycle of HIV diagnosis, failed care, salvation, get to undetectable. We're doomed to continue to repeat that cycle. And unfortunately, with the current administration, we're going to see a lot more people who will never get to undetectable, at least not in the next few years. And so I would love for each of us to gain a better understanding of who we are as people. And I define intersectionality as all the ways that you would describe yourself using commas. So I'm Black, comma, woman, comma, happen to be trans, comma, size fluffy, comma, et cetera, et cetera. That's intersectionality. I live in the South, comma, and could go on. And each of us holds a bunch of those different identities. And so as we learn more about each of those different intersectional identities and embrace them, we become healthier people. And everybody around us does too. Your relationships get healthier. You're able to have much more in-depth and important conversations. I'm a joke with Gina here. You sleeping with people doesn't get you pregnant. It's having sex with people. And one of them happens to have a detectable pattern that gets you HIV. So yeah.
You told me that before. I forgot.
Go ahead, George. Yeah.
For me, plan to age. We haven't, let me rephrase that. I didn't plan to age. I just recently turned 59. I never thought I was going to get this old. And now I'm starting to think retirement. I have no money to retire. So what does that mean? I didn't actively prepare to age with HIV. And so I think if we can let the younger generations know, you need to plan for this. This is not a death sentence. You've got to plan for this and to make sure that you move in that right direction.
Thank you. Last but not least.
What I wish I would have had back then was a Tori Cooper. Somebody who could give me real guidance and real wisdom. You know, the people that I was around when I first was diagnosed, they knew just as much as I knew, which was nothing. You know, none of us knew anything. So that's what I wish I would have.
Can you tell we like each other?
Yeah, I can tell.
A little bit.
And we love you for sitting here and sharing your stories and really enriching this conversation. So thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
We have, questions. Are there any questions out in the audience? I need you to come forward because I might not be able to hear you. Or stand up and give your biggest voice. We're going to go with the woman first, okay?
Let's go back to criminal.
You're welcome.
we do to improve the acceptance of our unmarried generation? That unmarried, my wedding is text.
What can we do to
Sorry.
repeat? Oh, sorry, repeat the question. Parroting. Yeah. So what can we do to help educate our folks who are unmarried?
Who are married.
Married who are married. Okay.
I'm 55, trying to tell stories. So when I was actively engaged in sex work, some of the best clients, I actually had guys who would write me checks who were married. Because they didn't want to take the risk of the check bouncing. So they were gonna make sure the money was there, right? Real story, Wayne. So there's that. Married people have sex. And sometimes they have sex with their spouses. Sometimes they don't. What we have to do, I believe, is we have to model for people what education looks like, what prevention looks like, and what prevention looks like as education. We have to model for people, take some of your married girlfriends and get tested together. Like literally, hey girls, let's go get tested. Hey guys, why don't you and my husband, why don't y'all go get tested at the same time? All right. You don't have to share your results with anybody else that's in the car, but we have to model for people and to provide support, because as terrible as those intake forms are, there's some rich information that can be gleaned from them too. When they ask you the question about, have you had sex with this type of person in the last 6 months? For some reason, most people get in there and tell the truth to strangers. Isn't that weird? You won't tell the truth to the person who you have sex with, but you'll tell the truth to a complete stranger. Everybody doesn't do it, but a lot of people do. And so from that, it opens the door to have the most honest, meaningful conversations, because you become a trusted ally all of a sudden as to other married people. And so model for people what they can look like. Offer to take them in your car.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask that? So today is actually my wedding anniversary.
Happy anniversary, little brother.
But I mentioned that because as an HIV physician.
Ulysses, your online people can't hear you.
So I mentioned that because as an HIV physician, I want to practice what I preach, right? And so every year for my annual, I get a full STD panel makeup, and it's not because of anything wrong with my marriage or anything else. And my primary care physician knows that, and so she knows when I come in, let's do all the work, and I know exactly how it's going to come back. But I do it as an example so that when I tell somebody else, hey, you need to still be, making sure that these things are things that you check for, even in your marriage, and I'm not saying that there's something wrong with your marriage, because there's nothing wrong with mine, but it's a good practice. It's a good habit to keep. And so, it doesn't suggest anything. It just is. It's a part of our health. Our health doesn't take place between, this area of our bodies. It takes place up here, and it takes place down there too. And so when I go get a physical, I want to have a full assessment of everything that's going on with me, regardless of what I think is going on or not. So I just wanted to share that on today in particular, as my wife let me be here to work with y'all, so that.
And I just want to let everyone know we will have HIV testing at Gallery Place on the 3rd floor, M3. So stop by if you don't know your status, to get your status.
Thank you. AJ, you had a question?
Johnson from Positive Assistance in Orlando, and I stepped off for a while, so excuse me if it has been covered, but my question is kind of a 3-point thing. Do you currently have a faith-based leader, say pastor, because it's not always a pastor, a faith-based leader that you are able to talk to, communicate with? And if so, how did that relationship start, and what was their initial response?
So the question is, do you have a faith-based leader that you can speak with? And the second part of that is, how did the relationship form?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. What was their response to your status?
Well, I don't have one.
So I have a couple, one at my church in Atlanta, Tabernacle Baptist Church, which is really a Baptist church. But under the pastorate of Bishop Dennis Meredith, who's now retired, he started an HIV ministry. And because we followed each other on social media and some of the other congregants, they found out about the work that I did. And so he asked me to be a part of it. So that's how it started. And ironically, he ended up coming out as gay later. And his wife, his ex-wife, is one of my, she's a very dear friend. We actually went to see a play the other day, and she has continued to support and provide support for people who are living with HIV and folks who just want to know more. So when you are able to bring your fullest self into anything that you do, especially into the house of God and into your worship, I think other people just want to be a part of it.
Thank you. George, anything?
I have several. I have two in this room, and they know who I am, who they are, that I turn to. And so I do a lot of interfaith work. So I even have leaders that are other religions because it's important in the work that I do. And my faith is so important that we have to do interfaith work. We can't be in silos. It's time that we break all this down.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Texas, and I've worked with the Houston Health Department for many years, but I'm a member of a radically inclusive church. And at my church, what we do is we teach what HIPAA is, even to ministry, because many times a person will come to you in confidence to talk about something outside their marriage. And then the person will come over and say, well, she has to know you can't say, she just say it because that's confidential. And the HIPAA law protects her. So I do a HIPAA training in my church every year to let my ministry know if I feel safe enough to come to you in my church, and you come in, and we have a testing, so I'm over the HIV testing part also. So that a spouse will ask, what did she say? I cannot tell you because of HIPAA. What did my wife just say to you? And the last thing was I had a couple getting back together. She felt like the husband had many relationships outside the marriage, they were getting back together. And she said, what could I do to ask him to test before we come back together? And we had to do several role plays in confidence on how she would tell him that she needed to know the sexual history while they were apart. So I'm just saying that I will go from the health department into my church and teach some of the laws around it to make that safe place, that faith-based safe place, a safe place for us to come in and talk, tell the truth, and grow for as your hope. And we renamed it Health and Wholeness, your whole person.
So we had a gentleman speaking from Texas who was sharing that annually he works in the health department and comes in and gives a talk about HIPAA so that folks understand privacy laws. And that another story he shared was that a woman came in who had separated from her husband, and before they got back together, did some role playing so that she could figure out the best way to approach him in case he had been having relations outside before they got back together. Yeah. One last one before we go. No? Again, let's give our panelists a
Please join me in welcoming David DeBartolome Phillips.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the invitation to be here. So today we're going to be talking about somatic therapy and how coming home to the body is really the fight for healing for us all. Sometimes people like to know, who are you? Why are you doing this presentation? And so if you're a person who likes to know all the initials, all the titles, there they are. They don't really mean a lot to me. The way I typically like to introduce myself is, first, most of my clients actually would refer to me as either their counselor or their coach. I do a lot of facilitation work. And so I teach at the institute where I was trained. I'm one of the senior teachers there. I do a lot of public speaking. I'm an adventurer, so in my relationship, when I go jump out of airplanes and things like that, my husband stays home. So, but two of the titles that I'm probably most proud of is that of actually husband. So I've been married to Bentley for about 8 years, and I'm a dog dad, as he spoke about earlier. And I've never actually been able to introduce myself, I think, in a room like this, or never had the courage, but we're in a Sarah Discord relationship. And so for me, learning about this HIV journey has been a journey for me. I always had my own fears prior to that relationship. And I remember the first time he kissed me, and then he said, I need to tell you something. And it was on our first official date. And he told me he was HIV positive. And I was like, oh, okay. And I didn't run for the first time. So that to me was God saying there's something here. Because I didn't want to run from something I was really scared of. And so grateful that I didn't run from him, and we are here in relationship today. So so I know I'm probably preaching to the choir a lot about what I'm about to say, but HIV has not been eradicated, so stigma hasn't been erased. And today, unthinkably, we face a lot of challenges with the progress being undermined by complacency and budget cuts. Funding prevention and education and vanishing care, it's a real thing. Communities are already being pushed to the margins. Black and brown communities, LGBTQ+ communities, poor rural communities, they're being asked to do less with more, and sometimes they're being left behind entirely. Because the fight for HIV is not just a medical one, it's the fight for justice, it's a fight for truth, and it is a fight to ensure that no one living with HIV is shamed, neglected, or denied the right to thrive. So we have to honor the work that has been done, but there is so much more that we have to do. And so as we fight for policy, we fight for funding, and we fight for access, we also have to fight for healing. And as we heard on the panel earlier, that a lot of the journey with HIV is a mental health challenge. It takes a toll on people. And so somatic therapy recognizes that trauma and emotion lives in the body. It's not just in thoughts, it's not just in memories. And people living with HIV, especially those who have experienced medical trauma, people who have been discriminated, lost their communities, that healing the mind alone is not sufficient, that because we hold the trauma in our bodies. So in somatic therapy, we actually really focus a lot on helping people, not just through dialogue, but by working through the trauma that gets held in the body. And so somatic psychotherapy, we understand that trauma is an incomplete survival response that gets stuck in the body. So we focus on body sensations, nervous system responses, and how the energy flows in the body. Healing requires allowing the body to complete and release the survival response. And we use body-based interventions like grounding, breath work, movement. Often it's done in titration, working in small doses. And it's really a lot of guided awareness of the sensations that are occurring in one's body. So if anyone's ever had to go through the diagnosis process and you're told that you have HIV, there is a toll that that alone takes on your body. For many people, they go into a freeze response, or they may go into a flight response, but there is a response that shows up in the body, and sometimes it doesn't get processed. And so if we just talk about it, and talk is important, don't get me wrong, but those emotional responses that get stuck in the body really do need to have to be processed. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to invite all of you guys just to stand up for a moment. I'd like to have you put one hand on your heart, one hand on your belly. Okay. The cheapest kind of therapy that we can use with our own body is our breath. Okay, so I want you to take a deep breath in and exhale. And just pause and breathe for a moment. And this time I want you to notice on the inhale, what happens in your belly. So take another deep breath in and exhale. So anybody share with me what happened in your belly? On the inhale or on the exhale? On the inhale, a good deep breath, the belly fills. People sometimes breathe backwards and they don't even know it. So sometimes when we go into a freeze response, we learn actually to breathe backwards. So if we're actually telling somebody, take a deep breath, and they breathe backwards, we're actually not helping their nervous system at all. So, and it's interesting because for some of my clients, when they're lying down, they breathe one way. When they stand up, they breathe a different way. Depends on where their relaxation state is. So I'm going to play just a quick video about breath because most of us have not actually learned to breathe correctly throughout life because of the things we've experienced. So take a look at this real quick.
Take a deep breath. If you feel like you're going up and getting a little bit taller, you're breathing so wrong. Breathing wrong is when you use your neck and shoulders to pick up your thoracic cavity. So do this now. Take a deep breath and watch. If you feel like you're going up and getting a little bit taller, and then you come down and settle down on your exhale, that's actually a dysfunctional breath. At 5 and under, I've found that most kids breathe perfectly. So a number of things happen so that when you ask a 10-year-old to breathe, they start breathing with that upper body breath that's actually anatomically incongruous and leads to us being in fight and flight, more anxious, having neck and shoulder pain, not being able to sleep, and having digestive problems. So how did we get there? Number one is that child starts sitting a lot. They start going to school. We sit way too much, 13 to 16 hours a day. Number two is injuries. If you're a little kid and all of a sudden you start skateboarding or skiing, anything that hurts the middle of your body, you immediately stop inhaling and expanding because it hurts. And your breath goes all the way up here to be an upper body or a vertical breath. You start wearing waistbands, bra straps, compression garments. You start sucking in your gut, and all of a sudden that breath that was perfect before you were 5 turns into a dysfunctional one as an adult, and it stays there until you fix it right now. A good breath, a breath that's anatomically congruous, it goes with the rest of your body, is that you inhale and you expand your body. Neck and shoulders don't move. You expand all the way around, 360 degrees. You come forwards a little bit, your sides open up, and even your back opens up. And if you want to see what this looks like, look at your dog, your cat, your fish, any animal on the planet except for us, and you'll see them breathe perfectly. 360 degrees all the way around, expanding on the inhale and contracting, wringing out, getting narrower on the exhale. No neck and shoulder movement.
So for most of us, we actually oftentimes are breathing in an incongruous way. So what I would invite you to consider doing as you consider creating a new relationship with your own breath is think of Buddha belly. So on the inhale, the belly should be expanding. So you really want to bring that belly out. And most of us, quite honestly, are told, like, okay, society doesn't like big bellies, so we don't want to, like, you know, I can lay somebody on a massage table in my office and ask them to take a deep breath, and I can just feel like they don't move, right? Because we don't want anybody to see our belly, but we really need to expand. And then on the exhale, if you're really trying to release the nervous system, you're trying to empty the tank. So we're really trying to completely empty the tank there. So I would encourage all of you to practice breath. It's the one thing that I always start with clients. It's the easiest place to start with actually making your nervous system more relaxed and in your own body. But if we're not doing it incorrect, or if we're doing it incorrectly, we're actually creating more stress on our bodies. So oftentimes, when our nervous system stays in a threat response, we can refer to it as 3 different ways. We have hyperarousal, which is often associated with anxiety, insomnia, muscle tension or irritability. We can have hypoarousal, which is numbness or a collapse in the depression and disconnection. We can also have trauma looping. So this can be where a past threat response replays in situations, and it makes it harder to return to balance. And so when we think of the different states, most of you have probably heard of these. So we have fight, flight, freeze, and fawn, okay? But when we start to work with the body around these states, so when we think of fight, oftentimes people are confronting a threat directly. There's often a lot of anger, irritability, or aggression. So if I'm angry about my diagnosis, right, but I'm not allowed to be angry because most of us are told in certain spaces and places not to have your anger, we hold it in, we constrict. So if I were actually working with a client in my office, I actually have boxing gear so they can actually physically release the anger. There are times where people are really angry about a lot of different things in life, but having a diagnosis can be one of those things. So having the freedom to actually let that out can be really a cathartic experience. The thing about that is, I often like to think of when we talk about releasing something like that, the nervous system, we can actually allow it to actually have that cathartic release. So that would be what we would call a charge, but you also want to allow the body to discharge. So there's additional energy that needs to like move through the body. So how many of you have ever had the experience where like for no reason, like, well, there might be a reason, but let's use an example. How many of you have ever walked away from a car accident? Okay. When you walked away from that car accident, did any of you have this sensation that your body wanted to shake? Okay, that's the body's natural way of trying to shake off the trauma. But usually, like when somebody's shaking like that, the thing we usually do is we try to, oh, calm down, you're going to be okay. Rather than just being with the person in that place and helping them to co-regulate or regulate their system, right? Stopping that stops the process of letting the trauma release from the body. So it's actually a good thing to let that actually, like the vibration and the shaking occur. So another response is that of flight. So oftentimes a person is trying to escape or avoid the threat that they may feel. There's a restlessness, a fidgety, difficult of sitting still. They may have racing thoughts, anxiety, panic attacks, but they often have this feeling of I need to get away because they don't feel safe. So if somebody's feeling like they need to get away, anybody have an idea of how you might be able to embody that? Gina, can I borrow you for a second? Come here. So if Gina was with me in my office and she's in a flight response, to let her body process that, we're just going to run in place together. I might have her actually, keep going, girl. You got this. You got this. Come on. So Gina might, if she's in this response, I might let her really embody this desire to flight away, right? She's trying to run away. I might actually let her have this for 10 or 15 minutes. It seems extreme, but there is a way then she gets to experience, oh, wait, I really am safe. I don't have to run away. Thank you, dear. Thank you for participating. So we also have freeze. So there's this mobility where we shut down in the face of the threat. We oftentimes feel numb, we get stuck or disconnected. A lot of times we'll have shallow breathing or our heart rate will really slow down. So we often have this in this state, if I don't move, maybe I'll be safe. So if somebody has been abused as a child, right? It may be a thing where all of a sudden I need to like go hide under the bed or I need to hide in the closet, things like that. So giving people an experience where they can actually have a reparative experience is one of the goals of actually working with the body in this. So there are times in my office where I have a corner where we build in like a little place that looks like a closet and they sit there until they feel safe to come out and talk about what they need to talk about. But they have the choice. But they often are feeling that stuck place and there is this titration back and forth of, is it safe to come out? Is it safe to talk about this? Is it safe to me talk about my diagnosis? Is it safe for me to tell anyone, or do I have to hold this all by myself? So these states become really important for when we're dealing with people who have a diagnosis, because these states are things that they may be experiencing, especially if they're trying to go it alone. You can also have the fawn response, which is kind of the people pleaser. In this place, people are typically trying to avoid danger. They have a real difficulty of saying no to people. They often shrink up. They usually will be about suppressing their own needs to just kind of maintain harmony. And the idea is, if I make them happy, I'll be safe. So a way that you might actually experience this in my office, because there are a lot of people that are people pleasers that come to see me. I said earlier I have boxing gear, so I sometimes will take a boxing shield and have people hold the boxing shield, and then we'll talk about all the things that are troubling them, all of the things that upset them. And so I start taking books out of the bookshelf till their books are like this, and then I have them carried around the room. Because I told them to, they're going to do whatever I ask them to please me. So finally, someday we have to figure out it's okay to drop all these freaking books, right? And sometimes people get it quickly and they're like, why am I doing this? And they throw them down. Other people will stand there for quite a while and hold them. So what burdens are you carrying? Who are you trying to please? What can you put down that you don't need to carry any longer? If it's something about an HIV diagnosis, you don't have to please everyone else, right? You have to take care of yourself. And if they don't have capacity to be in connection with you, they're at a loss for not being in connection with you. So we're going to watch this clip for just a second.
Run.
Okay, so as little ones, we actually develop those fight, flight, freeze, fawn responses at these ages. So these are following us throughout life, right? So the vacuum cleaner kicks on, the kid has a different response, right? The first one's like, I'm getting away from this, right? The second one was kind of like, what's happening here, right? The third one's like, okay, I'm going to try and get to my mom because mom is safety. And so that's where actually co-regulation becomes a thing. We learn oftentimes to co-regulate in the early parts of our life with a mother, a father, or a parent, caregiver, whomever it might be. But not everybody actually got what they needed as a child either, right? So it's important that we actually be able to co-regulate with others. So co-regulation is the process where two nervous systems actually attune to each other, and there are signals of safety and connection. So if you looked at our three panelists earlier, they were completely co-regulated together. They trusted each other. They were there for each other. Like they were willing to play with each other. So there was definitely co-regulation going on in the room at that moment. So with co-regulation, it's the biological foundation of trust, empathy, and calm. If somebody's dealing with a diagnosis and trying to actually share that diagnosis or process it, it's not always easy to actually be co-regulated with people whenever you're sharing information. So the way co-regulation typically happens is through voice tone, eye contact, facial expression, our posture. It's our presence, really. And so when we're actually regulating with somebody, it can actually help to calm the nervous system and shift somebody out of one of those states we just talked about, out of fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, and bring them back into a more balanced situation. So I would like for everybody to stand up, please. And I'm going to try and ask you to do this as quietly as possible initially. I want you to walk around the room and find somebody that you don't know well and just stand in front of them. All right, so find your partners. And then and you may have to partner with somebody you do know, because some of you know a lot of people in the room. That's fine. So you can just do it with Mike there. Okay. All right. So what I want you to just do right now is just allow the words to kind of come to a close and just make eye contact with this person. Letting the words subside, finding contact with this person. And I want you to notice what is happening in your body. Notice if your heart is racing. Notice if you're breathing fast or slow. And observe the distance between you and this person. If the distance is too close for you, take care of yourself and take a step back if you need to without trying to caretake for the other person. So as you're breathing, see if you can now sync your breath with this person if you already haven't. Because breath is where a lot of co-regulation occurs. And oftentimes when we're in this place, it's very strange. So sometimes we hear the giggles in the rooms or we hear the little murmurings, right? Those are all normal responses. But in this place, if you can really connect with somebody, this is where co-regulation can begin to occur. So now I want you to go around and find somebody else, and this time find somebody that you know a little better. Thank the person for sharing the time with you. Yeah, so this time you want to find somebody that you know a little better. So Bentley, come up here, please. Bentley, come up here, please. All right, so you should have a new partner now. Do you guys need a partner, or you have a partner? He'll partner with you as soon as he's done doing the demo, okay? Yeah. So if you look up here for a second, this time I want you to take time to navigate between you and your partner or your partners. You might have a group of 3 as well. And this time we're going to co-regulate slightly differently. This time we're going to use touch, but you must always ask for consent if you're going to do this, right? So ways that you might do this, right? We might simply just hold hands. I know him pretty well, right? So we might do okay. The more you know somebody, the more contact that you can make, right? So see what the experience is like to co-regulate with simple touch. Figure out what works for you and this person. And there could be that you're saying, I don't want to be touched. That's okay. So find a way to thank your partner. And then you can find your way to your seats. All right, so go ahead and find your seats.
The connection was real.
The connection was real, I hear. I like that. So when we talk about co-regulation, there are some things that we need to be cognizant about. So I'm gonna tell my husband to be quiet here, man. All right, so when we're actually co-regulating, it best works when participants have consented, there is safety that has been established, and the facilitator is providing a calm presence. It should always be invitational. It should not be forced. So here's a couple that I'm working with, right? So they're co-regulating. They're not actually a married couple. They're friends in this particular instance, but they were in a disagreement. We were in class and they were arguing and I was sick of their crap. So we decided we were going to co-regulate, right? But the thing about co-regulation is that if you have not really established the sense of safety, it's not going to work. And there are going to be times where if somebody is a trauma survivor, like you always have to gain permission, right? So some of you, when I asked, consider touching the other person, there were some people that chose to opt out, and that's perfectly okay. Because we always, when we're talking about dealing with trauma, when we're dealing with working people through issues, we really need consent for these situations. So, you know, as you work with somebody and you gain trust from them, like this is an example of a client who had never really been held by his father. And so part of his trauma was he was actually afraid of men. And so over time, we got to a point where he was okay with the idea of slowly leaning back and just letting himself be held. Why this was important to him was it was also causing trouble in his marriage. His wife wanted just to be able to be held, and he was very resistant. But it was because he had never made the connection with the parent and being held. So we worked through that, and it actually then worked through to their marriage. In this photo, you can see this is a person who we had just completed a trauma release process. And so at that point, all I'm doing to co-regulate with her is eye contact, right? There is no touch. She was not ready for that. And when we begin to release things from the body, there are hidden memories that people do not remember. Our brain has a way of sometimes putting things in a locked box, keeping it stored very well. Yes, sir. So the question was, what are the significance or the dynamics of this photo? So TRE is the specific process I had just done with her, which is trauma tension release exercises. So we take people through 7 exercises, things that you might see at a gym or a yoga class. And then they end up lying in the floor, and basically their legs end up in a butterfly position and the legs begin to tremor. And it creates a release mechanism. So this is her at the very end of that process. And all we're doing here is just co-regulating. So I have a very established relationship with her. So the proximity is fine because we have the established relationship. Knowing the trauma she was working on, though, I'm not actually going to, like, sometimes I might touch somebody's heart, right? Make a heart connection. But knowing what she had just processed, touch for her would have been inappropriate at that time. So a lot of it is really knowing the relationship to the person, right? So my position there, I want to be beside her on the floor. I don't want to tower over top of her. I don't want to be on my knees necessarily, because that could actually, for some people, have an aggressive posture for that. When I do this particular process with people, you have to be very cognizant of their trauma history, because when they're lying on the floor, they can feel very vulnerable, especially if you're asking someone of the opposite sex or even the same sex to put their legs in a position like this. If you're at the bottom of their legs, that's pretty invasive. So anytime you're working with the body, you're very cognizant of where you as the practitioner are going to locate yourself, because it can cause not so good responses. So there are times when co-regulation is not suggested. So when safety and trust are not established, you certainly don't want to use it. With individuals who are carrying unresolved trauma, and if you're not trained to help them through that, just jumping in might be actually more harmful than helpful. So if there is an imbalance in power or a lack of consent. So I recently did this particular or not this particular one that you guys just did, but a similar one with a group about 2 weeks ago, where there were only 15 participants. And so they had to go around the room and they eye gazed with each person. It was the very first thing they did before we really did even introductions. Now, they all had been working together, but when the feedback came from that group, one person said, "This was horrible for me because I knew I was going to have to look at my boss in the eyes." And it felt very uncomfortable for her. So that power dynamic was a really big thing. If you are trying to facilitate something and you're not grounded, you shouldn't be doing it. And you have to be careful about trying to co-regulate with people during acute crisis or panic. So there are things, though, that you can sometimes do that will help them to more self-regulate than necessarily co-regulation, but you're helping them to get there. So how many of you have heard of the 5 senses, the ways to regulate? Okay, something new. So these are all things that if somebody were actually having a real intense moment, right? If they're having almost like this flood of emotion. So I had one client that came to my office once after receiving a diagnosis, and they could not stop crying. So for that person, I said, would it be okay if you held my hand? They had the option. So they held my hand. I was like, squeeze my hand. So there is regulation occurring there, but they're in charge of it now. Other times, though, where they're in this flood of emotions, I may actually, instead of offering them to touch me, right? There's the clock on the wall. What time is it? What color is that painting? So now we're just focused on visually focusing, right? There are times like I have essential oils in my office. So for some clients, I know that smell and taste is a really high way of getting them back into their body. And so I might actually put a small drop of like peppermint oil on my finger and have them smell that aroma in the room. Or I might give them a drop of it on their finger and let them taste it, right? So these are different ways that we can bring people back into their body. I used to have an office where there was a clock that had a big tick tock kind of thing to it. So I would actually just have them actually listen to the rhythm of the clock and find their balance with that. So simple ways for the 5 senses that you could actually help somebody who needs to get grounded, because grounding is an important piece of it. So those are all ways that we can self-regulate or help somebody to self-regulate. But like we often don't necessarily have, not everyone has had the way of actually figuring out how to self-regulate themselves, because we learn as a child typically to co-regulate with our caregivers. So are there ways that each of you in the room know that you use to co-regulate or to regulate yourself, excuse me, self-regulation? What are tools that you guys use? Breathing, visual, music, aromatherapy. I heard somebody earlier say meditation on the panel. Okay, that can be a way of grounding and centering ourselves. And yes, sir. I love you already. I don't know you, but I love you. He said he likes to stand barefoot in the grass. If I've just worked with a client, my office was actually built as a part of our home. Our dogs cannot go in the front yard. So oftentimes at the end of a session, when I've had a client that's gone to a really deep place, we do grounding inside the office before they leave, but I actually ask them to go walk barefoot in the grass, right? And I assure them the dogs have not been out there, right? So, but grounding in the grass, connecting to Mother Earth, right? Sometimes they'll just go out and sit in the yard, right? That's all good ways of actually self-regulating. Nature is a big way to do that. So I'm going to teach you guys a process that is a way to actually slow the nervous system down, and it's called the Wayne-Cook method. So I'm going to walk you through the benefits of it, and then we'll go through this together in a moment. So this process helps stress hormones. It's good for anxiety, agitation, racing thoughts. It's also good actually for if you are at the lunchtime blues, right? You've had your lunch, it's now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you feel like you have no energy. I have a lot of clients that will do this after they reach that point, because it actually activates part of the brain and gets us back into more balance. So the breathing in this particular process, it slows the nervous system down. We have a meridian system in our body, and that crosses at the middle part of our body. So you're going to see that we're going to actually be crossing our arms and legs. This is a process that you can't do too much. Okay, so I have some clients, I tell them to do it first thing when they wake up, right before they go to work, because they're stressed out to walk in that door. They do it at lunch. They do it when they get home. And for some, I actually tell them to do it before they actually go to bed, but there's a slight modification before they go to bed. So I'm going to have you just watch the video of me demonstrate, or actually it's not me demonstrating, it's me narrating the video. And you'll see at least one person in the video you recognize. This is good for people of all ages. This was actually, we videoed this just to show that it can be used with kids as well. I will tell you, although I think he's the funnier of the three in the video, Mark does confuse his arms at one point. So if you focus more on Bentley and Raina, you're going to get it right. But you can watch Mark for the laughs. Today, we're going to demonstrate the Wayne Cook method, which was developed by Wayne Cook, who was a bioenergetics practitioner. This is often taught as a part of Eden energy medicine. It is great to help manage the stress hormones in the body, great for anxiety, depression, people who are feeling agitation. It helps to balance the left and the right sides of the body, and often will give you a sense of feeling more grounded and back in your body. To begin, take the right foot over the left. Take your hands straight out and put them back to back. Take the right hand over the left hand. Interlace your fingers and bring them up and under. Now we'll take 3 deep breaths. Side note, when you're taking 3 deep breaths with your legs crossed, do not close your eyes. You will have it. Unwind the arms. Bring them to your sides, uncross the feet. And now we'll do the opposite side. So you're going to take your left foot over the right. Take the hands again back to back. This time take the left hand over the right. Interlace the fingers, come up and under. And now we'll take 3 more deep breaths. Unwind the arms, bring them to your side, uncross the feet. Now take your hands and make a steeple or like prayer position. Put the thumbs in the middle of your forehead. And we're going to take 3 deep breaths with the thumbs in the middle of the forehead. Inhale. And then take the 4 fingers on each hand, put them in the middle of the forehead, and with pressure begin to pull out over your forehead, then behind the ears and down the back of the neck. We're going to do that 4 times total. So that was 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then bring your hands back down to your side and take a couple more deep breaths in. All right, so let's give it a try. Now, if standing for you is difficult, you could remain seated in a chair, and when you go to cross your legs, you would simply just cross the legs seated in the chair. Okay? So if it feels comfortable for you, stand up. Make sure you have a little bit of distance between you and other folks. So if you're extending your arms out, that you're not knocking somebody in the back or in the head, unless you think they need some sense knocked into them. But you should have consent to do that. All right, so we're going to start by taking your right foot over your left foot. Then take your arms straight out and put the hands back to back. Now take the right hand over the left, interlace the fingers, come up and under, and remember to keep your eyes open and take 3 deep breaths. Great. Unwind. Bring the arms down to the side, uncross the feet. We'll do the opposite side. So left over right on the feet. Hands again back to back. Left hand over right, interlace the fingers. Come up and under. 3 more deep breaths. And you'll unwind the arms, bring them down to your side, uncross your feet. Hands go into prayer position. Thumbs go in the middle of your forehead into the third eye. 3 more deep breaths. Good. Then bring the 4 fingers on each hand to the middle of the forehead. And with a decent amount of pressure, you're going to pull out over the forehead, come behind the ears, and down the brainstem, down the back of the neck. So that's 1. Then 2. 3. And 4. And just notice in your own body now, do you have a different sense in your body standing now versus when you first stood up? What do people notice? Shoulders feel lighter, calmer. Anything else? Say that again. Yes, it's an adjustment in energy, definitely. So the thing I just want you to note, if you want to do this at home, going down the back of the neck, down the brainstem, if you're doing it at night, do not go down the brainstem. You're going to activate your brain and get yourself awake. We don't need that at night, okay? So only coming over across the brow if we're doing it at nighttime, okay? Down the brainstem when you have the lunchtime blues or any other time, okay? This is going to be up on the screen. So if you would like a link to the video, that video will be available at that link in your question. It can for some people. Yeah. So the question was, if you're sleepy, will this actually wake you up? It does shift your energy system. So for a lot of people, it will bring much more energy into the body. Are there other questions? Yes, sir.
When the breathing, they say you breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Is that what you do in these?
Yes. In this particular one, there are different ways that we breathe for different things, but in this particular instance, breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth. Good question. Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
I have finished in June, and these are now as part of my daily routine. And it's the mini stroke came over the back of my head.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. So in June, she had a stroke, and this is some of the cognitive exercises that she needs to do to actually continue the healing process. So it's been a pleasure to be here with you guys today. If you have questions, I'll be around in the back of the room for a little bit. Be happy to talk to you. But you can scan that. That'll get you the link to the video. If you have other questions and you want to talk to me later, there's cards at the back of the table where Bentley's at. Feel free to get a card. But it's been a pleasure.
For those who may not know me, my name is USHAFC for he, him pronouns. I am the Director of External Relations at the HIV Vaccine Trials Network. And so traditionally, the Director of External Relations has provided a biomedical update to the Faith Pre-Conference. And so I am continuing that tradition. So move forward. I won't be too long today. Again, as I said, I'm going to cover some current prevention options, particularly our newest kid on the block, lenacapavir, which is going by the street name Used to Go. I don't like that name, but that's the one that they chose for it. So we'll talk about a little bit about lenacapavir, and we'll talk a little bit about the difference between injectable PrEP versus a potential HIV vaccine. What's the difference? Something that keeps coming up, and I don't think anybody's really covered it adequately, so I want to talk about that today. Then we'll talk about things in the pipeline. There are quite a few HIV prevention tools in the pipeline. There's always are, thank God. But for the sake of time, I'm going to talk about 2 tools that are really coming to the forefront, which is a monthly PrEP pill called MK8527. Wonderful name as well. And then we have broadly neutralizing antibodies, or BNAPs, which is something that we're working on at the HVTN. And then we'll open it up for Q&A. So again, my name is USCHA, he, him pronouns. I am the Director of External Relations at the HIV Vaccine Trials Network. I'm based out of Seattle, Washington, but I'm from New York City. If you love me, call me a New Yorker. Never call me a Seattleite. I serve as the bridge between HIV science and community. This is something that I've been doing for, as of this month, actually, it'll be 16 years. So I make 16 years this month. And my role in external relations focuses on managing and developing external partnerships, relationships for the network, opportunities for us to increase our visibility and to increase awareness and education around the work that we do. Outside of my HPTN hat, I do also partner with a good colleague and friend of mine, Rodney McCoy, who's based out of DC. You'll see him at the conference. He's on the planning committee. And we and him partner to do presentations on sex positivity through the lens of kink. And so Rodney is the kinkster, I am the academic. And we have a lot of fun in those presentations. We talk about sex, we talk about pleasure, we talk about polyamory, we talk about different types of kink, and we actually give some demonstrations once in a while. And so if you're interested in knowing more about the kink work, the sex positivity work that I do, please come up and ask me. And if you want to know more about kink, Google it. Have the time when nobody's looking. All right. So we're going to start off by looking at current HIV prevention options. And so this is a good snapshot of our current HIV prevention toolkit. As people like to call it, we have things like oral PrEP, injectable PrEP, we have post-exposure prophylaxis. These are things that you take post-exposure. Of course, we have HIV testing, U=U, and the science of U=U, which has been amazing. We have condoms, internal, external condoms, as we call them now. And of course, you can always change your behavior to lower your likelihood of getting HIV. But again, for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on the newest kid on the block, which is injectable PrEP options. And particularly, we're going to talk about use-to-go, aka lenacapavir. And so lenacapavir is a antiretroviral medication, like all of our HIV medications. So this is a medication that is injected. It is subcutaneously injected, which means that it goes below the skin into the tissue, not into the muscle. So you have like skin, tissue, and muscle. This one goes below the skin into the tissue area of the body. It was developed by Gilead Sciences, and it was approved as in the United States as of June 2025. So this is a really big deal in the HIV prevention space because this is an injection that you would only need to prevent yourself from HIV every 6 months or twice a year. So it's a twice a year injection to prevent yourself from getting HIV. Just a quick side note. So I'm going to talk primarily for the sake of time about HIV prevention for all of these products. Please understand that there are treatment versions of these products that are looking at them in almost an identical way. So for example, there's lenacapavir for prevention, but they are also looking at lenacapavir for treatment in the same sort of time cycle of every 6 months, twice a year. So right now, this is the landscape of where lenacapavir use-to-go is approved. So we have the United States in green, and it's also pending approval in 5 other areas. So you see that it's pending approval in, let's see, in Canada. It's been submitted to regulatory bodies in Canada. It's pending approval also in Brazil, South Africa, in Australia, where it has also been approved outside of the United States. So it's and approved officially in 2 places in the United States and then in Europe through the European Union's European Medicines Associate Agency. So looking at this, there are actually 2 injectable medications on the market right now. So one is lenacapavir, which is every 6 months. There's another one called cabotegravir. I forget the brand name of it off the top of my head. Does somebody know? No? Anybody in the room? We'll get it later if anybody wants to know. But these are the 2 injectable medications that are on the market and approved in the United States right now for HIV prevention. Aptitude. Yes, that's it. So you have lenacapavir, which is a capsid inhibitor. It inhibits HIV from actually going into the cell at all. Cabotegravir is an integrase inhibitor, which is another part of the HIV life cycle. As I said, lenacapavir is subcutaneous, whereas cabotegravir is intramuscular, so it goes a little deeper. The biggest difference is the number of injections and the volume. So actually the volume is actually similar. So you have 1 3 milliliter injection for cabotegravir, and instead of having 1 3 milliliter injection for lenacapavir, you have 2 1.5 milliliter injections. And so 2 injections versus 1. And then the injection site is a little bit different. If you look here, it is in lenacapavir, it's actually in your abdomen, whereas cabotegravir is in the buttocks because it needs a nice big muscle. Gluteus maximus, thank you. And the big difference is the number of times that the injections are given. So lenacapavir, as I mentioned, is twice a year or every 6 months, whereas cabotegravir is every 2 months. One thing that comes up very often, particularly in my work, because we have these injectables and they're lasting longer and longer in the body. And so people are like, what's the difference between an injectable and a vaccine? Because on the surface, when you're getting an injectable, it looks and feels a lot like a vaccine, but they're actually quite different. And so I made this slide just for you all so you can give you some understanding of what the difference between a vaccine and an injectable is. Now, granted, we don't have a vaccine yet. So I'm talking in potentialities. I'm talking based on the history of vaccines in general and what we've developed so far. But just understand that an HIV vaccine is not currently available. And we'll get more into that later on. But in the way a vaccine works versus the way an injectable works, an injectable is medication. And this is the biggest point that I want you to understand before I leave. When you're getting an injectable, you're getting a round of medication. You're getting a dose of medication into your body. Whereas a vaccine is an agent that teaches your body how to fight HIV itself. And so there's a big difference there. You are talking about an agent that has to be in your body constantly, a medication that has to be in your body constantly for you to have protection versus your body learning how to protect itself from HIV. And so that's the biggest difference. And that's that's when immunity comes in. And so understanding that injectable grants you no immunity whatsoever. You are relying on that medication. Just like in somebody who's living with HIV, your health is relying on your ability to take your medications as prescribed. Same thing with an injectable. You are relying on the dosing as prescribed. And so where a vaccine, you have active immunity at that point, where your body learns how to protect itself using the vaccine. And so a vaccine tends to last longer. It tends to, if you see at the bottom, vaccines can last for years. Some vaccines that we have last for lifetime. So in the HIV vaccine space, we're trying to develop vaccines that last long as possible, hopefully in the same range as vaccines that we have that last years, if not lifetime. Whereas a medication, so far the injectable medications that we have right now, they last months. There are injectable medications that are in pipeline to last upwards of a year. But again, that is you getting dosed for that medication for that time period. And then the other thing that I like to point out is that if you're taking the medication is going to last going to work immediately, most likely. As soon as you get that medication, as soon as you get that injectable in your system, you're going to have protection. Whereas a vaccine, sometimes you need multiple vaccines, and we learned this from the COVID pandemic, that it takes sometimes multiple doses of vaccine to gain full immunity. And so you may have to wait a few weeks, a few days before you can get all the doses you need and get your body's immune system primed and up to the level where you have consistent, durable immunity. Any questions about this before I move on? This is really important to understand, and I think it's not covered enough because people think that we're going to just medicate our way out of HIV epidemic. I don't agree that that's going to be the case. I also don't really, I'm kind of grand scanning right now. But I personally, this is Lewis talking, this is not external relations director. I just don't see us just paying pharmaceutical companies for infinity to continue to dose ourselves until HIV is over. And so that's the advantage of vaccines, is that vaccines, again, they tend to last a long time. They tend to be a lot more cost effective because you don't need a dose every 6 months. You don't need a dose every year. You tend to get a vaccine, and once you have that vaccine, the ability of that vaccine to protect you lasts for years and years and years. Maybe you need a booster dose down the line. Absolutely. So the question was, based on where we are today, do we need both vaccines and injectables? And I would say absolutely yes. Because some people are going to need protection immediately. Some people like, hey, there's a party, there's an orgy tonight. I want to go and I want to party, and I don't know if I want to remember what happened that night. And so if you're in that situation and you want to party like that, hey, there's an option for you. You can go get an injectable right now. That injectable is going to give you protection, and you're going to be good for the next 6 months. Bang. Love it. But there are other people that say, you know what, I don't party that much, but when I do want some protection. I don't know when it's going to be. I just want to know that it's there when I need it. I'm not really a medication person. My wife is like that. She's like, I don't really do medications like that. But you know what? A vaccine, something that helps my body do what it got to do, I'm down with that. And so a vaccine would be best for that person. So that's a very good question. I think both are absolutely necessary. Any more questions before we move on? All right. All right. So this is a good segue to talk about what's in the pipeline. What's coming up in HIV prevention? Again, I don't have time to go through absolutely everything in the HIV prevention pipeline. That would take probably hours. But a few things that I do want to make you aware of, there are, as I mentioned earlier, there is a yearly version, every 12-month version of lenacapavir in development. So that is something that they are actively testing right now. So this is a version of Len that you would get injected, and you would only need that injection once a year to be protected against HIV. They also investigating what we call a hybrid HIV prevention option. So a hybrid pill. This is one pill with basically two medications. So one to prevent you from getting HIV, and then one maybe to prevent you from getting pregnant for people who have pregnancy potential. And so that is also an option. I think something like that is going to be really great for, again, people with pregnancy potential, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, where we know that the HIV epidemic has shifted there into more women and girls. And so an option like this, where you can have one pill that protects you from pregnancy and from HIV, is really appealing in populations like that. But also, again, anybody in the United States who also has pregnancy potential, I can also see this being a really great option for them. Yes, you have some questions? Yes, there is some research being done on, so have you heard of DoxyPrep? DoxyPrep is basically taking doxycycline, which is a medication to treat STIs. There's research that has shown that if you take that medication before you get STI, just like you take HIV meds before you have HIV, it can prevent you from getting a STI when you come in contact with a STI. And so there is some research looking at the combination of a pill that would contain like a doxy, PEP, and HIV PrEP medication. That's a good question. And so the bigger two that I'm going to focus on right now are a monthly oral PrEP pill, and that's called MK8527. And then we're going to talk about broadly neutralizing antibodies, and then I'm going to get out your way. So MK8527, we'll talk about that first. This is a monthly PrEP pill. This image is wild to me, like when you think about it. Like imagine having a pill bottle. And again, this is stuff that they're also thinking and testing on the treatment side. So imagine your treatment being 12 pills and you just got one pill for every month. That's wild considering, we were talking about the origins of the HIV epidemic and people were taking, 50 pills in the beginning of the epidemic, and to be down, you can go to the doctor, get 12 pills, and that's your treatment for the rest of the year. That's where we're going. But again, I'm talking more about the prevention side right now, so it'd be the same thing. This will be your PrEP for the rest of the year. So MK85 is an investigational antiretroviral drug. It is made by Merck, and it is a once-a-month pill to prevent you from getting HIV. It is a integrase and reverse transcriptase inhibitor for people who are interested in knowing what part of the HIV life cycle it focuses on. And right now it's being tested in clinical trials. Actually, the big phase 3 trials where we go and we test it in thousands of people, that just opened actually last month in August. But so far, it's been well tolerated, and it should be coming our way very soon. So the phase 3 trials for MK8527 is called the Expressive trial, and there are two Expressive trials: the Expressive 10 and Expressive 11. And so Expressive 10 is happening right now in the US, in South America, and also in parts of Europe, particularly France and Switzerland. And so these are the trials. These are over 4,000 people are being enrolled in these trials, and we have them focusing on cisgender men, men who have sex with men, trans women, gender non-binary persons, and these are all the people who are included in the trial. And so they did a really good job in making the trial really inclusive, I think. And then we also have the kind of sister of that trial, that was Impressive 11. So Impressive 10 is happening in Africa, particularly South Africa, Kenya, and Uganda. And again, it's over 4,000 people, and it's mainly focusing on cisgender girls, young women, and women in general. in Africa. And again, that's because the dynamics of the HIV epidemic are more, women and girls are more impacted in Africa. So that populations tend to be focused on it more. Okay, so now I'm going to end with what we do at the HIV Vaccine Trials Network, which is broadly neutralizing antibodies. So some of you have maybe have seen me present on antibodies or broadly neutralizing antibodies before. And so what are antibodies first and foremost? Antibodies are proteins that are part of your immune system. They are specific to each disease or foreign invader that comes into your body. So when you get a cold, for example, your body makes antibodies specifically to fight that cold. And antibodies for HIV are specific as well. And we found that some people make very, very what we call elite antibodies that are really good at blocking or fighting not just one type of HIV, but many, many different types of HIV. And so we call these broadly neutralizing or broadly neutralizing antibodies because they fight a broad number of HIV strains. And so again, broadly neutralizing antibodies or BNABs fight many different strains of HIV. The goal is to find antibodies that can fight HIV strains that exist all over the world. And so that we can give you one antibody no matter where you are in the world, and it will be effective wherever you are. And it's usually given, right now, it's given through IV infusion, but we're hopeful that to get it down to an injection at some point. And it skips the step of your body learning how to fight a disease, or in this case, HIV itself, and it's just giving you the antibody directly. So normally your body would, for a vaccine, you would get an agent. That agent would teach your body how to make antibodies specific to whatever disease you're fighting, in this case, HIV. And then your body would make antibodies on its own. So this approach skips the step of teaching your body how to make antibodies and just gives them to you. So we have more of immediate impact and you have immediate protection. So similar to how you get an injectable where you're just getting that protection immediately. We're thinking that the HIV antibodies that we're using right now are lasting about 6 months. And so far they're safe because your body's used to dealing with antibodies already. You have plenty of antibodies in your body right now. And so this does not look any different to your body. And so it's really safe, really tolerable in what we found so far. So this is just a little visualization of how antibodies work. And so when HIV enters your system, it attaches to the receptors on your cells, and then it goes into the cells and it creates more copies of itself. So antibodies block the tools that HIV uses to connect to our cells. And so once the antibody fully blocks this HIV from infecting our cell, we would say that this HIV has been neutralized. And so that's where you get the term neutralizing antibody or broadly neutralizing antibody, because they can block or neutralize a broad swath of HIV strains. Correct. So your body normally would make these. So like when you get a cold, your body's making antibodies actively to neutralize that cold. And so if we have a vaccine for HIV, your body's going to make these and neutralize them on a regular and neutralize HIV on a regular basis as you come in contact with HIV. However, since we don't have a vaccine yet, the thought is that we can make antibodies that neutralize HIV. And then once we find the right combination of antibodies, we can make a vaccine that now teaches your body how to make these antibodies. And then that's how we can get ourselves to an effective HIV vaccine. So it's kind of reverse engineering a vaccine. is we go to the antibodies, see which ones work, and then once we know which ones work, we can just tell the body, make these antibodies, and there's your vaccine. So we've been able to test antibodies in a large-scale trial called the AMP trial, or antibody-mediated prevention trial. This was done, that started back in 2017 and it ran until about 2020. And that's when we got our first results. It showed that antibodies, again, were very well tolerated, which we expected because antibodies are natural to the immune system, natural to the body. And it did show that for some specific strains, antibodies could be extremely effective. It also showed that when an antibody is not effective against a strain of HIV, it basically does nothing for that strain. And so it gave us the idea that we need a combination of antibodies, not just one, because with the combination of antibodies, we can hit many different strains at the same time and give us more coverage across the broad spectrum of HIV strains that are out there. I'll skip this slide because I think I've basically said it. It's pretty much talking about what we found out. We found out that antibodies were well tolerated, and yeah, that's pretty, yes. That is possible for you to be infected with more than one, or you to acquire one or more strain of HIV. So that, yeah, that does happen. Some people call it super infection. Yeah, so the biggest, where strains come into our work are what we call clades. And so it just so happens that around the world, there are some strains of HIV that are more present in one area versus another area. So for example, in the United States, there's one strain of HIV that's really prevalent, whereas in Africa, another strain is really prevalent. And then if you go to Asia, it's more of another strain. And so I have another slide that shows that, which I don't think is in this deck, but you'll see there's a diversity of HIV that lives across the world. And so when I talk about broadly neutralizing antibodies, it really is talking about how can we create a cocktail of antibodies that's effective all across the world. That's what we're talking about. So not just in the United States, but really like, can we create a cocktail of antibody that works as well in the United States as it does in Asia, as it does in Africa? So good question. So this, since the AMP study, we've done different studies on other antibodies. So the first antibody we studied was VRC01. VRC01 was really safe, really tolerable. It lasted for 6 months. However, it really was focused on just a few strains of HIV. Those strains that it was effective against, it worked really well, but the ones that it wasn't, not so well. And so we started looking at other antibodies. And so they have like an alphabet soup of names, PGT 121. But these are the studies that we've been doing on various antibodies, and we've seen across studies that they are safe, that they last a long time. Many of them, almost every one of them, last 6 months, that they are well tolerated. And so we have really high hopes for how these antibodies could work as a prevention tool in and of themselves, and how they can continue to teach us more about getting towards an HIV vaccine. So with that, I'm going to show you a little bit of a video as I come to a close about how we think a combination of antibodies would work as an HIV prevention tool.
This animation shows how bNAbs work to neutralize HIV variants, shown here in various colors, by preventing them from attaching to human cells. These 3 antibodies are being used in current HVTN-HPTN studies and have been identified as the combination to take forward into future studies. HIV has protein spikes on its surface, and antibodies can attach to different facets of these spikes. Antibodies move around in the bloodstream, attach to HIV, and neutralize it, as shown here when the virion turns gray. And they block HIV from being able to attach to human cells. Researchers believe that giving combinations of bNAbs increases the likelihood that more strains of HIV will be blocked. Thanks for watching.
Okay. And again, I come to a close. This slide really reiterates something I said earlier, which is how we expect this to guide us towards a potential HIV vaccine. And again, it's reverse engineering those antibodies. So once we know these antibodies do a great job of preventing HIV all across the world, we can come up with a vaccine that teaches our bodies to natively make those antibodies. And so the idea is that it'll be an effective vaccine that you can take one time and it gives you antibody protection for years on end. And that's pretty much it. So we talked about, AMP being kind of the fundamental study that we're using to move forward into additional combination antibody studies. And we feel strongly that this combination antibody approach is going to be the way forward, not just for a new HIV prevention tool, but also for an HIV vaccine. Lastly, I want to say that we need your support. So most of you are aware of the news and everything going on in the government nowadays. I'm not going to get into it, but we are an NIH-funded entity. Our funding almost all of our funding comes from the Division of AIDS, which is part of the NIH, NIH is a part of the Office of Health and Human Services, which is led by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who, if you did not know, is not a big fan of vaccines. So he is not, we don't think he's our biggest fan right now. And so if you believe in an HIV vaccine, if you believe in HIV research, please support entities like the HIV Vaccine Trials Network. We need your support. It matters that your government representatives know that this work is happening, because a lot of them don't know that the work is happening, that they know this work means something to you, and that they know that we need more than just the medications that we have or the tools that we have. We need more options for more people to really, really end the HIV epidemic. And so that's it for me. Yeah. Okay. Questions? How a drug like Biktarvy work? So Biktarvy is the once a month or once a day pill to prevent HIV. I believe it is, so Biktarvy is actually a combination of different medications. So if you know, an HIV regimen contains different different medications, sorry. It contains a medication that prevents HIV from reducing itself, and it's usually like some medication to boost that process. So all they did is, instead of having you take 3 different medications to do that, or 2 different medications for that process, they put all that medication into one pill. And so all the HIV medication you need for your treatment is basically in one pill, and you take it once a day. Does that make sense? All right. And same table.
The trial, you're not doing the prep side, you're doing the vaccine side.
Correct.
So have you made like dramatic leaps toward a vaccine in these years? And is your work being slowed currently or not yet because of the federal stuff?
Yes. Yes. Yes to all of it. We have made progress towards a vaccine. We have different vaccine candidates in the pipeline right now. Many of them are, actually almost all of them are in the phase 1 stage. So that's why you're not hearing about them, because phase 1 studies are really small. They're usually less than 100 people, and they usually, in the past, they usually enroll people who are actually really healthy and not living with HIV. Now they're getting more inclusive to where we can actually, because you couldn't even have like a vulnerability to HIV to be in the phase 1 trial in the past. So you couldn't be a gay man, for example, or if you were, you had to have no sex. I'm not kidding. So now they're making it more inclusive where you could have sexual behavior and do that, but there's still very, very small trials taking place all across the country. So as those candidates move through the pipeline, the hope is, if we continue to exist, that you will have more big trials where you'll see, really viable HIV vaccine candidates that could potentially work. But we're doing that in tandem with antibodies, because we feel like antibodies could be kind of a shortcut for us getting to a vaccine as well. In terms of if we're being impacted, yes, we're being very impacted. A lot of funding is being cut from our organization. It's already been cut. We're on a 7-year grant cycle. That cycle comes to an end next year. So what happens after that, we don't know. There is a process in this grant cycle where they take public comments and public input. You could go to the Division of AIDS and say, hey, I think we need the HIV Vaccine Trials Network. You should continue to fund them if you feel inclined to do so. And I encourage you to do so. However you feel about research, however you feel about this process, I encourage you to give your input. But yeah. Yeah, I have to be careful though, because I'm also in the military. So I can't be in the front. I can be in the middle or the back. So we have a session on military veterans and HIV on Saturday in the morning, 9 a.m. It's going to be one of the sessions that are live streamed as well. So anybody who's interested in the space, in the intersection of military and HIV, please join. We actually have one of our panelists in that session in the back, Dr. Elijah Nicholas, Air Force retiree. So Amber. Mm-hmm.
Didn't affect my diabetes time. In the resistance bit to be, because I was moved over from Norvere because the funding cost of COVID, you would be over there. So I'm worried about resistance being moved because of comorbidities, and I advocate for a number of people in their 70s.
Mm-hmm.
So are we looking at, like, you become a big target, you move me over to big target because of diabetes. But do we look at how many times I move and is it the same claim? That's what gives me the
So the question was around the resistance and concerns around resistance and comorbidities and being moved from one medication to another when living with HIV because of how it interacts with how the first medication interacts with others you may be taking because of comorbidities. So I'm not a doctor. There are some in the room. So I preface it with that. I will say that resistance is very individualized. And so a lot of what takes place has to be a conversation between you and your doctor. And I say if you have concerns about resistance, first and foremost, you want to be expressing those to your doctor and making them aware of your concerns and so that they can watch for this. Your doctor should be testing you on a regular basis for resistance, and you can always request, a resistance panel to see what, if any medications you have been resistant to. That should be required for you to be moving from one medication to another as well. In terms of research around resistance, that's not my particular space, so I can't speak to it. I do know that they're always looking at resistance when it comes to medications with a long tail, like injectables. So they look at, once you drop in that injectable medication, it's being kind of fed to your body over time. And so, you have to make sure that you get your re-up. If they say you got to get it every 6 months, you want to get it in that 6 months, because after some point, it's going to drop to a point where it may not be as effective in preventing HIV. And so that's where there is a research I know that looks at resistance. But I don't know off the top of my head what's going on in like the space of comorbidities and resistance. Any other question? In the back? In the back? One, last one. Probably the last question. Mhm. That's a very good question. So the question was around government research versus industry research, and kind of who's doing what and what the relationship is. That's a very good question. So a lot of the medications that we have, I'll say the majority of the medications that we have in HIV treatment and prevention are on the backs of NIH funded government research. Almost every medication that is being taken by people living with HIV right now has in some way, some shape or form either been developed by NIH researchers and then I'll say being developed by NIH researchers, or the foundational product was developed by NIH researchers. And so what happens is people who are funded to do research by the government, like the HBTN, we are not in the business of making products. So if we make an HIV vaccine that is effective, if we find an HIV that is effective, which pray God we do, we are not going to turn that into a project. We are never, as the HBTM, are never going to sell you a vaccine or any other product. What's going to happen once we create it is now we're going to go here industry. The government we're going to give that results to the government. The government's going to go here pharmaceutical industry. Here is the blueprint of an effective HIV vaccine that was created through government funding. Take it and make a product. And then the industry comes in, let's say Gilead comes in, they take it and they make the first effective HIV vaccine that's widely available across the world. That's how the system is supposed to work. The government doesn't make any vaccines. Any vaccine you've taken could have been developed by the government, wasn't sold to you by the government. It's usually companies like Pfizer, like Sanofi. Sanofi Pasteur, one of the biggest sellers of vaccines, period, throughout the world. A lot of those vaccines weren't developed by them initially. They were developed by government research. They took that, made it into the product, and then they iterate on it. They make it better over time. So that's how the pipeline works. And so pharma decides what products they want to make and pursue. It's oftentimes that they don't pursue things like vaccines, because vaccines are kind of low profit for them. Because ideally, if we give you an HIV vaccine, you may have to take, if it's effective enough, that might be a vaccine you take once in your life. Versus, something like Descovy, it's a daily pill. And you have to have a prescription for every day that you're living. So I think a lot of pharma is focused on products that can increase their profits or sustain their profits. And so they tend not to gravitate towards things like vaccine. That's why entities like us exist. So they do. So pharma definitely does put their profits into research. So that's how we got the Scovy. So we had Truvada for PrEP, and they basically created the Scovy as a newer, better version of Truvada, less side effects, less hits on the liver and things like that. It's a little bit of a cleaner version of Truvada, but it's essentially a newer, better version of Truvada. So they're iterating on the drugs that they have, and that's a lot of what they do in terms of their regimen, but they also are creating regimens like that drug that I tell you that once a month pill, that's a Merck pill. So Merck is actively, all the trials, all that research that I showed you, I go back to it real quick. This is all Merck. This is a Merck trial. And this is Merck pushing this pill forward because this is going to be their next big thing for Merck. Whereas Gilead has all the injectables, or it has lenacapavir, Vive has cabotegravir. This is going to be Merck's the next big thing for Merck in the HIV space. And Vive is also working on I think a 6-month injectable as well. They're working on a version of cabotegravir, iterating on cabotegravir. So they have a 2-month version of cabotegravir. They're iterating that to turn that into a 6-month version. So that's kind of how a lot of what I see in the pharma space is them iterating, either trying to create the next big thing, or they're iterating on things that they have. I think we're.
Research that was done by
Yes.
government that's given to them to then turn.
Correct. So cabotegravir, I actually worked on the trial that got cabotegravir approved, and that was a HVTN trial. It was funded by Vive, I believe. It did have funding by Vive, but it used government resources or NIH-funded resources to get that to FDA approval. So even if they do create it, they may still go back to the government and use government infrastructure to get their approvals and things that they need. So, ooh, y'all looking hard. I think we got one more question. Is it a quick question that I can do a quick answer? Mm-hmm.
I think it's more effective for the government to back these type of policies as opposed to backing the HIV vaccine trials, being that the longer term issue could be resolved through non-resistance and immunity as opposed to investing into the vaccine.
So the question is, since we have U equals U, is it a better investment for government to invest in knowledge, awareness, and implementation of U equals U versus trials of new products for HIV prevention? Is that what you're asking? Instead of vaccines. So I would say that you need both, because yes, U equals U works, but we see that there are still people who are left out from the U equals U equation, particularly people who are low income, particularly people of color. They tend to be disproportionately left out of low income of the U equals U equation. Not to say that U equals U doesn't work for them. It's just that we don't always see that being fully treated for HIV also comes with a certain socioeconomic status. And so until we get something like universal health care, until we're able to make sure everybody is treated and everybody has access to adequate treatment and adequate testing for HIV, we also need to make sure that people have options for HIV prevention. The thing about a vaccine is that in ideal world, it can be as similar to how we got rid of a disease like polio, and that we just went around the world vaccinating people. And people got that vaccination one time and then they didn't worry about polio again. And we could go to high economic groups, we can go to low economic groups, get them vaccinated one time. So whereas U equals U needs constant engagement with the medical system to make sure that it's upkept, a vaccine could be a one-time thing that prevents you from HIV from a lifetime. And so I think having both is essential because we need people to have access to medical care, but we can also, with a vaccine, we can also do a project around the world. It depends. It depends. I think if we had an effective HIV, every country around the world that's been heavily impacted HIV would be highly, highly interested in having a vaccine because it would lower their healthcare costs. It would lower the burden of HIV. It would lower stigma around the world. You know, it could really change the world in a very big way. Anyway, I'm done. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you all for those questions. And you continue to have questions, please continue to engage Louis on those questions today. Those are more information for everybody who wants. Gotcha. All right. Okay. There you go. Take a picture. We can also send these to you all upon request. All right. We have come to the moment where we hear from our keynote speaker, Ms. Marissa Miller. But before that, just like with our faith message, we like to have a little worship, a little praise. And so we want to welcome Minister Jonathan Holly back, who is going to usher us into our keynote for this afternoon. And then we are going to call it a pre-conference. Minister Holly.
Right. I've enjoyed being with you all today. I don't know about you, but I feel a sweet spirit in this place. Amen. From all the different traditions, feel the presence of the divine in this place. And if it's all right with you, if you feel like singing with me, jump in. While He's moving in our midst, I worship you. I worship you. You are here working in this place. I worship you. I worship you. You are here moving in our midst. I worship you. I worship you. You are really good. Working in this place. I worship you. I worship you. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in my darkness, my God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in my darkness, my God, that is who you are. You are here, touching every heart. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, healing every. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, turning life around. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, mending every heart. I worship you, Lord. Worship you, Father. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in my darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in my darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in my darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in my darkness. My God, that is who you are. 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 That's just who you are. That is who you are. That is who you are. That is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in my darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in my darkness. My God, that is who you are. It's working. Even when you feel it, you working. You never stop. You never stop working. You never stop. You never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you working. Even when I don't feel it, you working. You never stop. You never stop working. You never stop. You never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you working. Even when I don't feel that you're working, you never stop. You never stop working. Never stop. You are in this place, Lord. Amen. You never stop working, Lord. You are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in my darkness. My God, that is you. Are. We make a miracle worker, promise keeper, light in my darkness. My God, that is who you are. That is who you are. That's just who you are. That is who you are. That is who you are. That is who you are. Amen.
Good after morning, everyone. Good after morning or morning after. Amen. That is who you are. Did you know that's who you are? That's a word. That's who you are. I have the privilege of introducing our keynote speaker, and I'm excited about what we're about to hear. Saints, family, and friends, and freedom fighters. The Bible declares in Isaiah 61:1, I wouldn't be a Pentecostal preacher if I didn't give you a scripture, amen? It says that the Spirit of the divine is upon me because the higher power has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor, be sent to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release from darkness for the prisoners. Friends, every generation is graced with a few leaders who don't just talk about change, they embody it. They rise from the margins, turn their pain into purpose, hallelujah, and shift the atmosphere wherever they go. Our next speaker is one of those rare unstoppable forces. Today, we are about to hear from someone who's lives her truth, not just with her words, but with every part of her being and in her own visibility in her life. In seasons, our Creator raises up a voice in the wilderness, someone who refused to be silent, someone who turns trials into testimonies and broken pieces into beautiful melodies of hope. So today is one of those voices that we will witness. From the south side of Chicago to the national stage, Marissa Miller has spent more than 2 decades fighting for the least of these. For those our society tries to forget, she has been a champion for housing, health care, and dignity for the transgender people, people living with HIV, and every soul crying out for justice. Marissa has stood in the halls of power, partnering with the CDC, NIH, and HRSA, and more to break chains of stigma and to declare freedom through education advocacy, as well as a policy change maker. She even helped create the very first HIV intervention designed for transgender women. But beloved, Marissa didn't stop there. She's now taken the fight to a global level by founding a groundbreaking organization, Trans Solution Research and Resource Center, which is now known as Community Research and Resource Center, where they are building a worldwide culture of safety for transgender and gender nonconforming communities. She is also the founder of the National Trans Visibility March, which is a significant event in the fight for transgender liberation that she created and organized in 2019. And just like Romans 8:28, it reminds us of this. And we know that all things work together for the good, to them that love the divine, to them who are called according to the Creator's purpose. Her new documentary, All the Broken Pieces, will be featured this week on September the 5th. There are flyers that have been circulated. This is going to be a living proof of that promise that Romans speaks about, showing how the divine can take pain, rejection, and struggles and transform them into power, purpose, and dignity.
So I need you to get ready. Get your hearts open as we welcome a history maker, a freedom fighter, a living testimony of our great divine's grace. The next voice you will hear is the capable, mighty woman of God who is a missionary, an evangelist, and who have been called for such as a time as this with vision and victory, Marissa Miller.
Greetings, everybody. I almost feel like I don't need to talk after Carmarian said all the things she said. I am always grateful to be in any space that a person has provided opportunity for a story of a Black trans woman living with HIV for now 35 years to be able to talk about life, joy, and opportunity. And I'm real grateful when Dr. Burley reached out to me to be the keynote speaker. I was like, why would they want me to be the keynote speaker at the faith-based gathering? And I've always been a church girl. Let me say that to begin with. Grew up in the Church of God in Christ. My grandfather is the late Bishop Blakely. So I always grew up loving the Lord, and I always grew up understanding what it is to live for God and to understand how faith carries me through the things that I needed to carry me through. But before I get too far into that, I want to do a few thank yous before I get started. So many of my friends are in the room, and when I first walked in the room, I was over at a program at HRC, and imposter syndrome showed up. Like, who are you? What do you have to share? Who wants to listen to you? And as I was riding over in my Uber, I began to bind the devil because I understand that those thoughts are not true. And I speak life into myself. I speak words into myself. And I begin to do that. And as soon as I walked in the room, I began to see the faces that made it easy. You know, things should be easy when we are living the way that we're living. I want to first again thank Dr. Burley, Carmarian, DeAnderson, Harvey, for inviting me to this sacred space. I was disobedient. I was supposed to send my slides in a long time ago, so I have guiding slides because I'd done 3 or 4 different presentations, one piled with scripture, one piled with beating you up, and another piled with a solution about how we can move forward. Again, my name is Marissa Miller. My pronouns are she and they. I am the founder of the National Trans Visibility March, the founder of Community Research and Resource Center. Carmarian explained that, and I'm real grateful for the opportunity to talk to people of faith. You know, as I shared, I grew up in the Church of God in Christ, moved to Indianapolis in 1988. Really sort of disconnected from church when I began to move. Because as I began to grow up in my household, I began to go to church and hear words like fags. And I began to go to church and hear things like, you know, every Sunday it seemed like when I would come to church, they would begin to talk about how homosexuals were going to hell and how there was no place in the church for that type of nonsense. And I think those are the exact words, that type of nonsense. Fast forward years later, I had just got locked up. Incarceration is a big part of my story. I gotten locked up and I went to the diagnostic center. And back then, and I think it's still true that when you have a sexually related crime, which was prostitution, sex work is real work in this room, because that is the pathway for a lot of us to get there. So I think a lot of times when we begin to demonize the paths that people have to take on their journey to become we don't realize how they get there. And so when I say sex work is real work, because it is the work that gets you to where you need to be. And I had tested prostitution case, and they wanted to test everybody for HIV when you come in the system. And so probably 5 days later, got a call. They had little speaker things in your room, wanted us to come down to Med. They rolled our bars and we went down there, and I received my HIV diagnosis. It was October the 18th, 1990. So October the 18th, next month will be 35 years of living with HIV. And so back then there was no pre and post testing. You test positive and you learn how to live. You know, all the while they had this pamphlet that said that you cannot catch HIV from eating after the same utensils. You cannot contract HIV from using the same toilets. You could not contract HIV from sleeping in the same quarters. And all of those things, when I went into the system, was taken away from me. And so I believe as I began to do the work, that is where advocacy really started for me, because I had to fight in order to exist. And so I want to stay on track, because I do want to get these talking points out. I'm going to talk, but I'm going to read as well. The diagnosis, and I think I talked about, you know, me testing positive in the prison system, but I want to tell the part about when I got out of prison and I went to church. I hadn't yet told my mom that I was HIV positive, so I said, well, I'm gonna tell my pastor, you know, that I'm HIV positive. And I remember very distinctly that he looked at me in a way that let me know that that was unacceptable. There was no words to it. It was just a shaking of the head as though I had done something wrong. And I remember saying, well, Bishop, can you pray for me? And I remember the elder, wasn't the bishop, the elder telling me that if I didn't change my life, that I was going to hell. Now, in the moment that I came to the church for hope, the church offered the total opposite. Again, I introduced myself with pronouns, and I want to explain why I introduced myself with pronouns. Pronouns affirm our identity. A lot of time in faith spaces, you want to assume who I am when I walk through your doors. A lot of time as faith-based individuals, we don't even allow people who are of the trans experience to live their true, authentic selves and come to service. So pronouns affirm my identity. For many people, especially transgender and non-binary and gender diverse individuals, pronouns affirm who we are. Using the correct pronouns communicates I see you. That's all it does. It tells the person that you see them. It also is about something that the church teaches, respect and dignity. So just calling someone by their correct name and using the correct pronouns as a matter of basic respect, it signals you value me. Also, it gives me a sense of belonging. When pronouns are respected, people feel included, that are less marginalized, especially in workplaces and schools and in the church. And it reduces harm. Consistently misgendering someone, even accidentally, can cause emotional distress. I want to talk about the roles of the faith communities. But I'm not going to talk from here. I'm going to talk. I'm not going to talk from notes. I'm not going to talk from notes. I want to talk about like the roles of the faith community. What is your assignment? What has God, whomever that is, called you to do? I think a lot of times when we talk about the roles of the faith community, we think that it's just a Sunday pew conversation, but it's so much more about going out into the community, being a vessel and reaching out to people. And I can remember growing up in the church, there wasn't a lot of, like, in growing up, I didn't see people who were gender diverse. I grew up in East Chicago, Indiana, and I want to tell Carmarian I live on the north side of Chicago. I'm living the west side, not the south side of Chicago. But I remember like growing up in church, and never really seeing people that were not church people. Like everywhere we went, we was visiting another church. It was a choir rehearsal. It was purity. It was always something, but I never saw the outreach to the other communities. I never saw us going into community-based organizations. I never really saw us really reaching out in a way that was affirming to people. And so I want to say this to some of our faith leaders. Your theology may be debated, but your love should never be questioned. Because a lot of times as theologians, what we have can be challenged. That's part of the conversation. That's part of what we do. We challenge. But that doesn't mean that when we're challenging that we shouldn't challenge in love. I think often when we're looking at scriptures, I think often when we are sermon is preached without compassion, it becomes noise. And a doctrine without love is just empty rhetoric. If your faith cannot sit with the wounded, it is not faith, it's performance. If your faith cannot sit with the wounded, it is not faith, it is performance. So I had a question for our theologians. I want to challenge you with this question. What does it mean when the very space that proclaims resurrection becomes a tomb for those living with HIV? And then I asked myself, if God is love, why does God's house feel like exile? The silence of the church that morning when I was having my conversations about my diagnosis really hurt me. And I think after years of trying to find out where I fit in the church, because I told you when I started out, I love God, right? I told you when I started out that I was from the Church of God in Christ. And so when I realized that there was no place for me in the church, then I started going to the streets. And I want us to be careful how, and I don't think that we always do it intentional. I think sometimes we're so churchy, we're so saved, we're so sanctified that we miss the opportunity, and not just saved and sanctified. Let me honor all faith in the room. I think that we become so judgmental in how we believe people should love God, can love God, and how they can love God. And I don't think that we're God, and I don't think that's what God assigned us to do. And so I challenge you to reassign yourselves. You know, those of us that have assigned ourselves to ensure that people stay in line, you know, that you don't come to church this way and that you don't come to church that way. And I think that's the old church. And I want to introduce you to the new church. So I want to talk about the struggles of identity and faith. As a transgender woman of color, I've spent my life wrestling with identity inside of faith spaces. Too often, I was told I was a contradiction, that I could not both be who I am and who God called me to be. But I had to lean into something more powerful. God does not make mistakes. And here's my challenge to, again, our theological thinkers in the room. If we say God is omnipotent, omnipotent, all-knowing and all-present, then how dare we suggest that my existence is outside of God's will? If we say that, and if we believe that God is omnipotent, then I'm in God's will. And I'm gonna give you a chance to challenge what I say today, because I wrote some things down for the challenges. I think the same God who raised Lazarus from the dead has kept me alive with HIV for 34 years. What does that say about the God that we serve? Now let's talk about aging with HIV just a little bit. I'm what some will call a longtime survivor. Some called us dandelions, and I love that image. But even in the cracks of a sidewalk, dandelions push through. Resilient, steady, and beautiful. Because most times when we think about a dandelion, that's something we want to get rid of. That's something that comes up in our grass and we get the fertilizer and we put all the fertilizer on this so the dandelions don't come back. The same faith that carried me when I was 20 carries me now at 55 because faith doesn't age, it deepens. Will faith spaces evolve to see not just newly diagnosed, but those who have carried this virus for decades? Will sermons speak out to our realities of grief, of loneliness, and resilience? And, you know, what I have learned in working in the field for about 25 years, and I worked with a program in Indiana. It was a faith-based program. We would teach all of the faith institutions how to talk about HIV. But what we realized is people didn't want to talk about HIV from the pulpit because HIV meant we were having sex. HIV meant for some people that men who love men, men who are having sex with men are having sex. And ideally, we don't want to talk about and I don't necessarily think as a person that if I come to your church, I might want to hear it from the pulpit, but I definitely want you to have a program. I definitely want you to have an outlet for people who are HIV positive, who are gender diverse, who love God, because I don't know that gender has anything to do with my love for God. You know, I questioned that for years. Does the fact that I am gender diverse, that I am transgender, does that mean that God doesn't love me and that I can't love God? And it was years later when I entered into an affirming church in Indianapolis under a bishop. And that is where I really began to understand scripture. Because for years, coming from the Church of God in Christ, everything in the Bible told me that I was going to hell. Everything in the Bible told me I was abomination. But actually, a lot of the things in the Bible was a situation they were talking about. It wasn't a whole community. It was something that happenstance. Wasn't necessarily them talking about a whole group of individuals. And so I think as I begin to involve myself with a ministry that was not necessarily, people were calling it a gay church, but it wasn't a gay church because everybody that went to church wasn't gender diverse. It was a church that recognized the lives of those who love God, some who are gender diverse, but it was a way for us to really unpack scripture. And I think that's what really took away some of the church hurt, because I was hurt by the church. You know, I couldn't even go sometimes, you know. And then I began to feel that it was just spit and push. Just holler from the pulpit. No teaching, no continuum, but just this big sermon. And I say spit and push because that's what they do, and it was no acknowledgement of how we continue to walk, how we continue to live our lives, how we continue to be prosperous in life. And so I'm real grateful for the affirming churches and real grateful for the opportunity to learn that I still can serve God no matter who I am. Let me keep going. Thank you. The next thing I want to talk about is aging with HIV. We talked about that. Healing, hope, and human rights. Let me break this down for you. So healing is not just medical. Healing is spiritual, emotional, communal. Healing looks like church that does not whisper when someone discloses, when someone looks different, when someone doesn't speak like us. It should exemplify you are loved, you belong here. That's what healing looks like. Hope. Hope is not naive optimism. It is the audacity to believe tomorrow is worth living for, even when today feels unbearable. That's hope. Human rights is, and let me be clear, HIV justice is a faith issue. HIV justice is a faith issue. Human rights are not separate from the gospel. Sometimes we separate. They are not separate. They are in unison. If faith is not concerned with dignity of people living with HIV, then faith has lost its anchor. Another question for our theologians. What is your faith work worth if you cannot defend the humanity of those that are most marginalized? What is your faith work? What is the work that you are doing if it does not concern the dignity of people living with HIV? And then closing, and then we'll talk a little bit more. In closing, what is your faith worth if it does not defend the humanity of those that are marginalized? We just said that. What is it worth? And then let's talk about the next generation. A conversation with the next generation. I'll never forget as a young person came to me after their diagnosis and said, I don't see a future for myself. I looked at that person and said, if I can live with the virus for 34 years, so can you. And if I can hope, so can you. This young person is still here today. It's one of my children. But just being compassionate and acknowledging people when they share things that, in this room, maybe not. Maybe we all HIV affirming, and maybe we're all gender affirming at our places of worship. But for those places of worship that have concerns about how do we reach the people, well, the Bible talks about compassion. And I don't know that it talks about compassion in a way that defines who we show that compassion to. And I think too often we make decisions that we're not going to love a person for this. We're not going to accept a person for this. And that's what church, for me, again, I've learned new practices, and I'll share some of those practices at the end of my talk, but I've learned new practices. Now, do I still love God? I do. Do I still have a power greater than me that helps me sustain my life? I do. But I look at the life I lead and the life I live not as religious, but purposeful. And I think if we would see the purposes in our lives and then find a way how that intersects with some of the religious things that we are offering, I think that we would be better off in how we are offering people what they need to do. So a call to action. Preach and teach healing, not fear. Stop telling me I'm going to hell. Stop. I don't even go to, listen, I'm telling you, I stopped going to churches that told me I was going to hell. I stopped going to churches that acted as though I wasn't human in their place of worship. Create safe faith spaces. What does safe mean? Like, safe is a big word. Most of the time we hear the word safety, we equate it to death, we equate it to violence. But what does really creating a safe space look like for our faith community? And I really want you to think about that question, because I think if we can answer number 2, create safe faith spaces, I think then we'll begin the dialogue with people because they'll feel safe, they'll come, and then we'll be able to have a conversation. Normalize HIV education. Just normalize having a conversation about it. We don't have to talk about who did what, how it happened, who was on the bottom, who was on the top, in the middle. We ain't got to talk about none of that. All we have to do is normalize HIV education. Because normally in HIV education, we're not really talking about who's on the bottom, who's on the top. We're just educating, right? And I think if we would educate from that perspective and not from a personal perspective of who the person is, I think we would have a better outcome. And link faith and public health. And I think that's what we're doing today. We're linking faith and public health. But do we do it once a year? How often do we do this? Do we do this just when funding allows us to do it? Or do we have these conversations? Are these conversations that we're having in our own places of faith? Are we talking about how, not just HIV, but public health as a general? Public health is food, housing. Are we having these particular conversations? When faith-based spaces choose healing, hope, and human rights, spiritual spaces become places where stigma is decreased, fear becomes courage, and safety transforms and becomes, forgot an E, a vehicle. When faith-based spaces choose healing, hope, and human rights, spiritual spaces become places where stigma is decreased because we chose healing, we chose hope, and we chose human rights. So stigma is decreased automatically because we chose those three. Fear becomes courage, and safety transforms and becomes a vehicle for us to get there. Because how do we get there? A lot of times we don't understand how to get there. A lot of times, listen, I grew up, again, in the Church of God in Christ, and in the Church of God in Christ, we don't have no conversations about none of this. To this day, we don't have conversations about it because of doctrine. Not truth, doctrine. Because a lot of what leads our churches is doctrine. We don't wear pants. Like, my mother didn't wear pants for years. Didn't wear makeup for years. Didn't wear jewelry for years. Because she thought that the Bible told her that she couldn't wear all those things and she couldn't have all those things. Now, the Bible did talk about makeup in a sense. It did talk about women shouldn't wear men's clothing. But what is men's clothing? What is men's clothing? And so, today my mom wears pants. She puts her little lipstick on and she wears her jewelry because she has found a relationship with her God of her understanding that allows her to live in freedom, justice, and joy. Freedom, justice, and joy. So as I close, and I'm going to answer a few questions if I need to. I am still here. We are still here. I stand before you not as a victim, but as a clear vessel. And I'll leave you with this. Do not let your sermons be louder than your service. Do not let your sermons be louder than your service. What is service? What does service mean? Yeah, we're going to answer that. What does service mean? Do not let your theology eclipse your compassion, and do not let fear rob you of the opportunity to stand on this side of life. Because I think sometimes, there's certain times we can say things and certain times we can't say things, but I believe that the church should always be a place where truth, justice, compassion should always be something that the church is offering. Now, will it? No. Let's just we can be honest that the church will not, at this point, maybe offer, not all churches offer all of those things, but can we work toward getting there? Yes, we can. Because when faith-based spaces choose healing, said it again, hope and human rights, spiritual spaces become the vehicle for us to get there. So I am grateful and hot, grateful and hot for the opportunity. Like, God has been good. Very, very, I've had the opportunity through healing to find a relationship with God, of my understanding, to find a place of worship that affirms who I am. And I've also been blessed. I've been living with HIV, like I said, it'll be 35 years next month. And I don't know that I quite would have been the human that I am. They say there's a difference between the disease and the persons, where I am the disease. HIV has become a very intricate part of my life. I often tell people I don't know where I would be, probably dead, if HIV had not been not something I wished for, not something I hoped for, but it was something that gave me an additional purpose in life and drove my career. And so I'm real grateful for the opportunity to little nervous talking to you folks, but real grateful for the opportunity to share portions of my story, to talk about my journey with faith. As I said, it has not been a perfect journey, but it's been a journey that has been worth it. You know, I couldn't imagine not having a God of my understanding or a spiritual life. You know, I've adopted meditation as a course of my day. Throughout the day, I've learned to stop, breathe. I've learned to also do gratitude list, what I'm grateful for. Like my partner in the back really started encouraging me to, because I was lost for a minute. You know, I've been in the game for a long time, right? And I was like, well, God, listen, you gave me this run, you gave me this, you know, this joy, you gave me the ability to touch lives, you gave me the ability to do all of the things I do. Because I'm gonna tell you this, since I said yes to the God of my understanding, that has not stopped. Every piece of what I wanted to manifest, God gave me the ability to manifest. And I began to come to a piece in my career where I didn't know what was next. And so I do want to share as I close that October 1st, I will be starting a sabbatical, my first sabbatical in public health. I'll be starting school October 15th because people were asking me, what's next for you? And I was like, I don't know. It's either going to be pharma or it's going to be school. And I chose school. You know, I see the rest of my career having the opportunity to teach theologians about gender diverse communities, to be able to teach spiritual leaders, to be able to teach our public health students that are coming out of school about differences and how we navigate those through the intersections of our lives. All of us intersect in one way or another. And so I'm real grateful for the opportunity to share. I'm real grateful for the invitation. And thank you again, Dr. Burley and Camille, for that invitation.
All righty, for a few minutes, we're going to open up for Q&A. Someone asked me now, and I know protocol, so now that our keynote, I can now introduce myself. So my job was to introduce her. So for those that may not know me, I'm Reverend Carmarian Anderson Harvey. I serve as the Minister for Congregational Leadership for the United Church of Christ nationally. And so it's a new position. I'm excited about it. And I'm also a part of the coalition. I am one of, or maybe the transgender voice on the coalition and have been for many of years. And I'm excited that I'm able to impart and thank you for saying yes to our invitation. It is very important. We were able to feed 2 birds with 1 seed. You understand, we don't kill. Oh, you got that right? You got that right. We don't kill them. I got my seat waiting somewhere, and it's not here on earth. But we wanted to be intentional, and so we were able to do that. And thank you, Marissa, so much for delivering us such words, things that we can actually go back and think about. You know, sometimes we have to be reminded, but there is also some things for you to be able to go and now be an advocate, right? To go be a co-conspirator, to go out and do what needs to be done so we can see the change we want to see in the world. And it does not have to wait for 3.5 more years. It can still happen now. Amen. Amen. All right, we're going to open the floor just for a few questions that you might have before we yield our time. And so if anyone has a question for Marissa to address, I think I see Reverend Dr. Sandy.
First, can you finish it? Say it before. Your faith can't sit with you with the wounded, then your faith is what? Say that again. If you remember what you said.
I don't, but let me look.
I've already tweeted you. You said.
Listen.
I'm in your service.
Listen.
So as she's looking that up, if you don't mind, we can move to another question.
I got a question, though.
Oh, you got a question? Okay. Can you look into me?
Women to come in this space because we embrace you, love me, and it has been wonderful. How can more women who want to get in and do the work? How can we get in and be loved? If we're coming in a good space.
Even if you're not coming in a good space, everybody in life, and thank you for the question. I don't think everybody comes in life the same. I think some of us come in full and some of us come in empty. I think a lot of the damage is done when we come in empty. I think there's enough room for everybody. I think we were taught a poverty model that there's not enough for everybody. Now, we might not all be able to eat off the same small plates. You know, you go to a restaurant, they got small plates. That's really only enough for you. You know, you need 3 or 4 small plates to get full. So how are you going to get full of these small plates? So I think once we dispel that we're operating in a poverty model, that there's not enough, and I think we need to stop eating the same food. There are so many other things to eat. And I think we miss the opportunity to eat because we all focus on this one plate. You know, let's call it, it can be a Gilead plate. Everybody wants to eat off that one plate. Everybody can't eat, not at the same time, you know? And that's when we begin to feel like, oh, well, they funded them and they didn't fund me, or they gave me the opportunity and give the opportunity. Well, go somewhere else. Maybe it wasn't your turn, because everybody gets a turn. And be careful why we come into the work. I think people have another misconception that we make tons of money in this work.
Not true.
I make tons. No, I'm just saying that when you put yourself in positions, I think people come to HIV work, people come to activism and advocacy because we have made it look glamorous. We don't talk about the times we sit at home empty and broken. We don't talk about the times when we don't have no money to pay our bills because we pay somebody else's bills. We don't talk about the times when life is really challenging. So I think the door is always open for my cis sisters. I love my cis sisters, you know, because I don't know what, and I also want to say that, you know, I ain't gonna say that, but you know, I got to get, because I'll be trying to say, what is heterosexual? What is heterosexual? What is that? You know, because I think that sometimes that is the separation from some of my sisters being able to get into work because they don't believe that they can do this work. HIV positive, HIV negative, gender diverse, cis, anybody who has the compassion to change lives can do this work. And even those who don't have the compassion, but might have the academic knowledge to do the work, they can do the work. Everybody don't get into work for the same reasons, and we need to stop beating people up. Some people get into work to be famous. Some people get into work to create careers. Some people get into to pay their bills. Because I think we have to get away from this thing that you shouldn't buy nothing. You gotta hide when you get a car. You can't buy a new bag, or you can't go on a vacation because people believe that you should be working. The most radical act of self-care, the most radical act you can do is called self-care. Rest. Rest. Or be burnt out. If you don't rest, you'll burn out. And I'll find that for you.
Is there another one? Question? Perhaps a comment, affirmations? And then we'll go over to
Me, I am a sister, and I just want to say thank you. One, thank you for your visibility, thank you for your representation, but thank you for the things that people don't see that you do for community. Daily. Thank you for the pouring in that you did for me. Without you, I wouldn't be here. So I just want to say thank you.
Amen. Great gratitude. Amen.
Gratitude statement. One of my heroes, and you really are heroes to so many you don't even know. You don't even know, maybe you do, the numbers of people that touch. People like me over many, many years, and you've done so much for me. I want to thank you for allowing us the time to grow to the point where we understand that we are all consistent. And I wanted to know, as one of us who are, we are getting those who are getting older, as we are, everybody's getting older, so we are older. What are your thoughts about the younger generation of parents, girls, women, and what is the atmosphere like? Is it really changing? Are you hopeful?
Well, repeat the questions. And this will be our last question because we're on a time crunch. Repeat our questions so the audience will know what you're responding to.
What I think I heard you say is, how can we get out of the way of the young people? Is that what I heard you say? Because that is what we have to do, those of us that, and let me say this, we have to be able to pay our bills though too. And I think, you know, those that are longtime survivors, you can't just get rid of us, you know what I'm saying, and say we don't have no more room or validity. But I think as longtime survivors, we have to find a way to transition out, but be able to stay in. Because I think it's important when we've given, like I've done nothing else my entire career but HIV work. So now I'm trying to figure out, like, when we end HIV, if we end HIV, or do we hold on to HIV because we need to keep the money going? Because are we really trying to end HIV? Or is that just a conversation that we're having? Because if we end HIV, the money goes away. So I'm trying to figure out if that's a conversation, if that's the next one. But I think what we have to do is what I'm doing, is get out of the way and pass the torch. And have someone to help you process that, because there's a grieving period when you leave. You know, there is that thing where, you know, what they call it when I was leaving my organization's founders remorse. You can have remorse, but we have to make space. I don't know anything. I think what I have to offer has helped the people that it is going to help. I think shifting and moving out of the way is an example of what leadership looks like. I think people think you lead, I follow. No, baby, I lead, you come with me. As a matter of fact, get in front of me. And I think that's what we have to do for the youth. And I think it's not just the youth, trans and non-binary siblings. And another thing I try to do is I really try to stay away from, and I would encourage you when you're talking about trans and non-binary people to be very cognizant about using binary language, like men and women. You know, it's easier, just say siblings, you and your sibs, you and your crew, you know, because when we start doing that, then we get into what we think people are, you know, because my pronouns are she and they. You'll look at me and say, she, her all the time. Well, maybe that's not how I identify all the time. I identify as she and they. I live in a non-binary space. I'm just feminine. Not binary. I just express myself in a more feminine way. So you'll look at me and you'll say, hey, girl, maybe that's not my pronoun. And be careful when we see people that we think are queer or people that we love and we start snapping and moving our necks. Hey, that's not affirming, that's offensive. That's not affirming, that's offensive. Don't snap at me. Don't do all of that. What's T-girl and all of that type of stuff, because that language is preserved for our community. And when you're not a part of our community and you see somebody and you think, oh, she's cute. Come on, Miss Thing. I ain't missed nothing. You know? And what you also do in those aspects when you see me at the grocery store is you are really giving my tea up. When you start out snapping and hollering, at the grocery store, everybody in the grocery store might not know that I'm trans. So now you've made it unsafe for me. Or when you get with your girlfriend real fit, she real cute and she real put together and he real put together, and you want to tell everybody, you know they're trans. What you're doing is you're putting my life at danger by telling people that I am trans. That is something that I own, and that is my story to tell. And we have to be careful, because sometimes I used to do it. I thought my girlfriend was the iota of iotas, and I was telling everybody, you know she's trans. She said, bitch, stop telling everybody that. In the church room, I'm sorry. I'm saved, but I cuss a little. Last question, then we can move forward.
It's got to be really quick.
Last question is confirmation of what you just said. It is difficult to move out of those spaces. I worked on the MAC study, the first study that was done within HIV, and did it my whole life, and it was hard to stop. And at this point, knowing that people need to come behind me, I'm here because I can't stop, but I can move out of the way. And so I agree wholeheartedly with what you said.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Marissa. No. Let's love on her real quick before we yield our time. We speak goodness over your life. I think it just began. I think this room loves you. You heard some affirmation and best wishes and Godspeed to your next mission of your purpose. And so give it up to Marissa. Continue to encourage our community. especially at a time of our political climate. Some of us have privilege as in our transition and some do not. Non-binary, binary, he or she all day, but that's not everybody's particular story. So please keep us lifted, keep us in your prayer and however you choose to pray, because we do need your protection. We'll yell right now. Thank you.
Why don't we give the creator a hand clap of praise for what happened here today? Yeah. I don't know about y'all, but I have been pleased by today's sharings and experiences and relationship building. Just a blessed day. As we come to a close, I want to lift a few things up for you this week. For those of you who are continuing through the week for the larger United States Conference on HIV and AIDS, I mentioned a faith track, which you'll hear more about in depth, but a part of that track is a workshop that me and Louis Shackelford, who you heard from earlier, are facilitating on Saturday during session 6 from 2 to 4 p.m. in the Mint meeting room on level 4. We are having a conversation around redemptive masculinities, where we are exploring LGBTQIA plus allyship among cishet men in faith spaces. Louis and I are both cishet men. We are co-conspirators with community, and we understand that most faith spaces are still led by cishet men, and that there is a responsibility for us to cultivate spaces that feel safe. And we're going to have a conversation around models that do that, but also how people who might want to better make their space, their faith space, safe for LGBTQIA plus people, how they can begin to do that. And so we invite you to join us on Saturday. Now, at the beginning in my opening remarks, I talked about how the USHAFC and AIDS Faith Coalition came about. Me and my colleague, Reverend Michael Schunemeyer, got together and decided that we needed to have this space in the United States. You've seen a lot of Mike, but you haven't heard much from him. He has been diligently organizing and monitoring our virtual space. We have had people who have been following the day via streaming services. Reverend Mike is our chair emeritus, and when he retired, I stepped into that role, but you're really bad at retirement. He retired and he kept supporting the coalition, and he is a large part of why the United Church of Christ continues to be our fiscal sponsor today. And so we want to give Reverend Schunemeyer his flowers, and I want to invite him to offer us closing remarks.
Thank you, Ulysses. Has everyone had a good day? Yes, so it has been an incredible day. We began, Ulysses got us started in a very centering kind of way, and we heard from Minister Holly, who shared with us music throughout the day. Eldridge inspired us to broaden our horizons and how we work with people who may be part of faith traditions that we're not familiar with, and how important that work and interfaith work is. We were inspired to hear the stories of lived experience in the panel that we experienced, and we had the opportunity to engage in some self-care, and we appreciate the work that David led us through in the somatic session. And we heard some really exciting things around some of the research that is going on and some of the advances in HIV treatment and care and vaccines and other kinds of things that are happening, and a little bit of the science, the wonkiness of how all of this works, right? And then, of course, inspired by Marissa's story and her challenge to us, and how we both do theology and engage in service, healing, hope, and human rights. It's been a full day. So thank you all for being here, but we're not done yet. And while I share a little bit about what's next, I want to invite Carrie to come up and prepare to share a little bit about the faith pathway and the vigil tomorrow night. But as I'm sharing, if you'll just go ahead and come up, Carrie. If you, oh dear, see if I can get back to it. Are on Facebook, you can go to the NMAC Facebook page and you will find information in a post there about the rally today. And all of a sudden, this is how Murphy's Law works. Come on. So today at 4 o'clock, there's a rally on the Hill. And it's going to be, see if I can read it because now it's in all this gobbledygook. It's going to be in the southeast corner of the Capitol complex on the corner of Independence Avenue and First Street Southeast. It's directly across from the Cannon House office building. So as you face the Capitol from here, or out of the United States, so it's going to be on the right side. So it's going to be so switching the Capitol is this part of the it's just a processes. That's what it was supposed to be. Stop.